afternoon from Sydney International Airport. A very warm welcome to all of you. I hope you all are having a great Sunday. Today we have two special aircraft. We have the Emirates A380 coming in from Christchurch later today with the Wimbledon livery, as well as at the same time we will also be having the departure of Qatar Airways VA2, that's a Virgin Australia number, and it's going to be going to Doha, and that has the UEFA livery. Hopefully it's going to be a great one for all of us. We just got done with a bit of delayed afternoon, early afternoon madness, I would say. There was quite a rush for a lot of international departures. Hopefully you all are doing well. Hope you all have had lunch, and if you all haven't already, I hope you all are going to have a nice tasty lunch. A very warm welcome to everyone. Warm welcome. Alrighty, the action begins. We have China Eastern Airlines. It's a nice and sunny day. Hopefully everyone's having a great time. Stay with us. It's going to be a great Sunday. Hopefully we can stay here till sunset. It seems to be, it's going to be quite hot. It's already 31 degrees at this moment, but hopefully everything goes well. A very good morning, good afternoon, good morning to those who have joined us from Europe. A very good evening to all of our viewers from the United States and the whole continent of North America. I hope you all are having a great day. And to all my Australian viewers, to all who are joining from Sydney, I hope you all are having a great Sunday afternoon. Let's get ready for the first takeoff of today's stream. It's going to be a great one. It's going to be a lovely day. We are going to be catching the special livery of Qatar Airways as well as Emirates later in the day. Almost close to sunset time, we will be getting the Emirates Airbus A380. At this very moment, we have China Eastern Airlines Airbus A330 MU792 making its way to Nanjing, just taxiing to runway 34L. Let me see if I can zoom in a bit and get a better view. Maybe that's better. Let's have a look. Let's get the first takeoff of the day. Airbus A330 getting ready for takeoff on its way to Nanjing. Meanwhile, we see DHL getting ready. A bit of action happening over there. But yeah, let's start with the first takeoff of the day. How good was that to start the day today? Couple of people having some fun. We have the DHL plane. Hopefully we can get the takeoff on that one too. It's going to be a while because it's going to be taxiing and taxiing along the length of runway 16L, and then the takeoff from the other end, which is runway 34 right, 34R. Welcome everyone, welcome. Hey Jeff, hello. Good afternoon. Hope you're having a great weekend and a very nice Sunday afternoon. Where are you from, Jeff? Are you from Sydney? Are you from Melbourne, Queensland, Western Australia, South Australia, from Tasmania? I hope wherever you are, you're having a great day and a great weekend. Oh, Jeff, you're from Sydney. Wow, that's good. That's good. I hope you're enjoying the Sydney weather. It's getting a bit warm, but hopefully it doesn't really get too crazy. We are expecting a few nice arrivals later today, with the star of the show being the Emirates A380 coming in from Christchurch, New Zealand, with the Wimbledon livery. And at the same time, we also have Qatar Airways, which will be departing Sydney in a couple of hours from now, and that's going to be the UEFA livery. Hopefully everything goes well and the same runways stay in operation, and that's going to help us a lot. A very good afternoon to everyone joining us. We've just started the stream a couple of minutes ago. We already had our first takeoff of the day, and we'll be waiting until sunset if weather allows us. So let's see, weather permitting, everything goes well. That's what we plan to do. At this stage, we have a couple of domestic aircraft coming in. We will be having a few departures as well. I hope you are all having a great Sunday. Hey Jeff, I'm not in Brighton. I am at the beach just past the old air traffic control tower because you get a very good view. You can see the old ATC tower, and that's about it. Actually, I usually am over here for most of the time. Hey, Seka Aviation, hope you're well. How's your Sunday going? Are you spotting the Qatar Airways special livery? Are you spotting the Emirates A380 today, which has the Wimbledon livery? That's going to be the star of our live show today, and I hope you would be catching a few of them too. We have some action on runway 34R. Oh, Saka, that's bad. That's bad. But hopefully you can spot the aircraft again. Hopefully you could be lucky enough. Like you see with the Emirates A380, the Wimbledon livery, it was here about 2 weeks ago or somewhere around there, if I'm not mistaken, because I thought I would be having a look and capturing the Wimbledon livery back then, early morning, but I couldn't. So here we are again today. I think it would have been just 2 weeks or perhaps a little less than 2 weeks. So I think if you're lucky enough, you should be able to get the aircraft once again. Fingers crossed. Yeah, hopefully, don't worry. Hopefully you can get that one. And yeah, let us get some more action. We have an aircraft coming in. Pretty much domestic arrivals and departures at this moment, but this is just the lull before the peak afternoon action. We just had the early peak afternoon action, which had a lot of departures, and yeah, let's go for it. Thanks, Saka. Thanks for saying that. It's very kind of you to say it, and at the same time, I haven't really had the special liveries filmed actually, because I thought of getting it done this morning, and I did recollect the fact that since we will be having a live show, we might as well just do it on today's show, like live for anyone and everyone over here. So let's share the love, let's share the excitement with the viewers. Hopefully we get the Korea Express livery of Emirates. I happened to film that a couple of weeks ago. And at the same time, hopefully we can get the 25th anniversary livery as well, the Skywards livery. And there's so many other liveries. I saw your video the other day with the NBA livery of Emirates. That was awesome. As far as I know, the Emirates livery, the Emirates aircraft with the NBA livery is not something that comes regularly to Sydney, but hopefully, it can change and we can get more of it so that it's so much easier for all of us to spot. A nice and calm day today. The weather isn't violent, and I hope you all are having a great Sunday morning, a great Sunday afternoon. I hope you all have enjoyed your lunch. If you all haven't already, hopefully you all can have a nice lunch now. Oh, hello, May. Pleased to see you on this live stream. I wasn't expecting you on the live stream, but I'm glad you're part of this live stream. I hope you're having a great Sunday morning. It's morning over where you live, so yeah, I hope you're having a great time. A very good afternoon to everyone who's joining us from Sydney. Very good afternoon to everyone who's joining us from almost anywhere in Australia except for Western Australia, because it's just morning over there. And good evening to all our viewers from the United States of America, from North America, and a very early good morning to our viewers from the UK. And wishing everyone a good late afternoon, a very good evening, just the start of the evening to all our viewers from New Zealand. Hopefully you all are having a great time. We have a bit of action happening on runway 34. It's way too far for us to spot from there, but hopefully it can go well. How many of you are Boeing fans and all read the news about the Singapore Airlines CEO mentioning that the delay in the delivery of Boeing 777X isn't going to affect them as much as they had initially thought? So how good is that? It's really encouraging to hear something like that. But at the same time, if you all would have seen the results, they had a quarter which wasn't too good, 82% dip in their profits. Of course, it's all relating to their different investments. They have invested in Air India. And sadly, we all know what happened with Air India flight AI-171 earlier this year on 12th of June. And that's one of the reasons where the profitability has decreased a bit. And at the same time, there's a lot of competition from budget carriers, etc. But nevertheless, they are in a very strong position. They are Australia's largest international airline operator. How good is that? Because we all know Qantas takes the lead here in Australia, but if it's any international operator that has the most number of flights, the most number of passenger seats out of Sydney, out of Melbourne, out of Perth, Brisbane, it is Singapore Airlines. It's a great day. We have a takeoff from runway 34. Again, most likely, I presume this to be a domestic departure on the Boeing 737 of Virgin Australia. I am pretty sure we will be having a lot of people coming in here to spot planes later today, because there's Qatar Airways departing with its UEFA livery. There's Emirates coming in from Christchurch, New Zealand with its Wimbledon livery. How good is that? And we have bonus. Boeing 737 Manduigi livery. You see, even though it seems to be quiet time for Sydney Airport, the quiet time is itself so busy just because that's Sydney, you see. And we're able to have a look at the Airbus A330-200, which was converted from a passenger to a freighter aircraft. It's a Qantas freight operated by Australia Post. We'll just get it on in frame right now. Yeah, I don't think the flight to Dallas has left for today. I am not too sure. Hey Jeff, I hope you're able to get a few Dreamliners today on the stream. Hopefully everything works out well. We did have a Dreamliner of Qantas just going to Santiago a couple of minutes ago, but that was before the live stream whilst I was setting up my camera. Hopefully I can get some of the 787-9 Dreamliners for you. Yes, Jeff, I also agree with you where the destination Dubai livery rarely ever comes to Sydney. It's quite a struggle, actually. The same thing also goes for A7BEL of Qatar Airways, the Formula One livery. It's way too hard to spot it. It's way too hard. But hopefully we can get the liveries. You just got to keep on looking for it. But like you said, you rightly said it, getting the destination Dubai livery is way too hard. But hopefully someday if I'm in Dubai, I can stream that one for you all. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sirs and miss and misses, everyone. We welcome you at Sydney Airport Aviation on today's live stream. It's Sunday afternoon, almost 2 p.m. over here. It's a nice and sunny day. It's quite hot. But we aren't complaining because this is the weather we need for a great live stream. What you're looking on the screen is the Qantas freight operated by Australia Post Airbus A330-200 converted from a passenger to a freight aircraft, making its way to Hong Kong. We wish them all a very safe flight. And our live stream is never complete without at least spotting one of a Melbourne service, Sydney to Melbourne, the most busiest route all across Australia. Let's spot that one. We see QF 447 on its Boeing 737-800. So you'll see a stark difference. Right now we have all the small aircraft, and as evening comes, we'll be having the huge mammoth aircraft. Hopefully everything goes well, weather permitting. All right, we have Jetstar coming in from Auckland on Airbus A321. Jetstar JQ204 arriving in 1 minute. You can see it on the screen with its lights on. And Qantas Freight, Australia Post, just holding short of the runway, making way for the service from Auckland to land. And once that's done, then we will be having the takeoff to Hong Kong. Let's get this landing. There you are. Touchdown on runway 34L. The service from Auckland, New Zealand. A very warm welcome, literally a very warm welcome to everyone who's joining us right now on the stream. It's a warm sunny day in Sydney, and I hope y'all are having a great time. Welcome to everyone joining us from the United States, North America, Europe, India, Philippines, and everywhere else in the world. I hope y'all are having a great day. let's catch this takeoff. The takeoff to Hong Kong. All right, the takeoff roll begins. Let's have a look. We can get an early rotation, but I presume we wouldn't be having an early rotation just because it's a freighter aircraft. They would have been filled and loaded to the limits. Let's have a look. Wow! Lucky enough to get that rotation. That was nice. We were lucky to get that one. Alrighty, let's get ready for the next departure. Sydney to Gold Coast on the Boeing 737-800 of Qantas, QF594. It's going to take a while because it needs to make way for an arriving aircraft. The arriving aircraft is from Ballina on the Boeing 737-800 of Virgin Australia. And whilst we await, I wanted to pan the camera and show you all people having a fun time at the beach on this warm, sunny Sunday afternoon. But first, let's catch the arrival and then we can pan the camera. You are Boeing 737-800 of Virgin Australia, service from Ballina. And we have a Jetstar service. This one's going to make its way onwards to runway 34R, so it's going to be a while before it even takes off. I hope you all are having a great Sunday, a nice and fun Sunday, watching this stream, doing whatever you like doing, having some fun time with your loved ones, just like how these people are having fun at the beach. I hope you all are having a great time. And if you all are enjoying the stream, you'll know what to do. Give it a like, share it with your mates. There you are. Done with the departing aircraft. We will be having a couple of more just coming in. This is the rest time for the air traffic controllers. They literally don't have much as of now, but I am guessing they will be having quite a lot later today. Hey Jeff, there is no direct flight from Sydney to Chicago. Hey Jack, I will be here until sunset. That's my plan, but I'm not too sure because if the sun gets punishing, it's already quite punishing actually, but if the sun gets a bit more punishing, then I might as well leave. But I hope to stay until sunset to get the Emirates A380 Wimbledon livery, and at the same time to also get the departure of Qatar Airways as Virgin Australia flight 1. Sorry, Jeff. There is no direct flight from Sydney to Chicago. You will get direct flights from Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth, and then you will have to connect onward to Chicago O'Hare International Airport. Or you could also get flights, I think United flies to San Francisco, and then again you'll have to connect, or perhaps fly to Los Angeles. We have quite a lot of flights flying to Los Angeles. There's Qantas, there's American Airlines, there's United. So we also have a service to Houston. So if Houston is close to you, you might as well get that service. So it just depends. You have quite a lot of options, but I would presume the best option to fly to Chicago from Sydney would be to get a flight on the Los Angeles service, because we have so many Los Angeles services from Sydney that it really works out well in terms of pricing, because there's so much of competition. There's not a single airline that wants to miss out on the prices. So hopefully that works well. Hey, never fade away. Now you know this channel exists, and we've only recently started live streaming because we thought it's always good to capture all the aircraft and document it for the future. I'm glad you've joined this stream. I hope you enjoy it. We try streaming every other weekend, so hopefully you're able to enjoy. Next weekend we plan to stream on Sunday morning, so hopefully that's something you may want to look at. We'll catch all the heavy arrivals as well as departures, the early morning peak. Hey Smasher, hope you're having a great time. Very good afternoon to everyone who's joining this stream at this moment. We are here today to spot some very special aircraft. We plan to get the special livery of Qatar Airways that will be departing about 3:30, 3:40 today. Then we have the Auckland service coming in. Sorry, not the Auckland service, the Christchurch service, the Christchurch to Sydney service on Emirates A380 as EK413, and that will be the Wimbledon livery. How good is that? So stay tuned, get some popcorn, get some nice beers, get some nice soft drinks, and enjoy this sunny Sunday afternoon. Thanks, never fade away. Yes, usually Sid Squad doesn't film from here, but they did film a couple of weeks ago from the beach. So hopefully you like the stream. Hopefully you enjoy it and have a great time. We plan to stay here until sunset. Hey Smasher, good on you, mate. You got all these special aircraft early this morning. It doesn't get any better than that. To get the special aircraft, get some great sunrise, and at the same time it wouldn't be as warm as it is now. So I'm glad you could get all these special aircraft. Hopefully we get more liveries here in Sydney. We don't really happen to get as many as you may end up seeing the special liveries in, let's just say, New York or Los Angeles. And of course, you have different airlines as well. We need a lot more airlines flying in here in Sydney. And I hope that we can get more airlines flying into Sydney once the new Western Sydney Airport opens late next year. Oh yes, Smasher, I agree with you. Those liveries are to die for. Hopefully we can get a very good view and the weather stays the same. So it's going to help us a lot. Alrighty, let's pan to the other side on runway 34L. We are going to get an arrival. We have Virgin Australia coming in from Adelaide. Oh yes, Smasher, I caught the Pokemon livery of Garuda just before the live stream began. So I caught it on my camera and the video will be coming out soon, hopefully later this week. It's a bit cloudy right now, as you can see, but it does help us. It's just getting slightly cooler, so that's really good. A very warm welcome to everyone joining this live stream today. Today is Sunday, it's afternoon. It was a bit sunny until a couple of seconds ago. And right now it's a bit cloudy. But no complaints whatsoever. This does help us in our stream. Oh, what do I see there? A change of runway. We have a takeoff from runway 16L. Hopefully that's not the case for the heavy departures. But even if it is, we may just not get the start of the takeoff roll, but we will still end up getting a lot. Hey Jeff, it seems to be Qantas has a lot of its customers and its passengers flying to the United States, so it made sense to them to fly to Los Angeles, and that's the best that they could do. They could to get flights to Los Angeles, as there'll be a lot of connecting passengers who from Los Angeles will be flying to different states all across the United States, and the fact that they would be One World members, they end up connecting on One World airlines in the United States. Like American Airlines has a pretty solid presence all across North America. So anyone wanting to fly anywhere inland in the United States or perhaps even South America, they end up getting a very good deal. And at the same time, the Qantas service is very, very busy, so I can get it. Hey Smasher, thanks very much. Thanks for joining the stream. Hopefully we see you in the next stream sometime in future, or maybe next weekend. Oh Jack, thanks for that. That's really good, right? If they could do that, because there's no point in aircraft taxiing all the way to runway 34R and then you take off. So yeah, makes sense. That's a very good thing. You end up saving a bit of fuel too. Righty, Boeing 737, the service from Hobart on Virgin Australia VA1533. That's Virgin Australia VA1533 from Hobart, Tasmania. Let's pan and wait for a few arrivals. We will be also having a few departures coming in. Stay tuned, guys, stay tuned. We have the Airbus A330 coming in from Coffs Harbour of Qantas Link. I'm glad we are able to spot that one. It's going to take a while, perhaps a minute or two more. A very warm welcome to everyone who's just joined the stream. We plan to stream until sunset today, so that's a good 5.5 hours remaining, and we are here for some great action. If you do not know what's happening today, we have Emirates Wimbledon livery coming in from Christchurch. It had come in here early this morning from Dubai. Then it flew out to Christchurch about 9:15 in the morning, and we'll be back from Christchurch once again. And we will be catching that service on EK413. After it arrives over here, it will also depart to Dubai later tonight. All right, the Coffs Harbour service, A220 of QantasLink. Not often do you see an A220, so let's enjoy. A very warm welcome to everyone who has just joined the stream. It's Sunday afternoon here in Sydney. Good evening to everyone joining in from the United States. A very good morning, a very good early morning to everyone joining from Europe. I hope you all are having a great weekend. This is the Coffs Harbour service on the Airbus A220. We're going to get some more arrivals. We now have the Melbourne to Sydney service coming in on an Airbus A320 Jetstar JQ514. Let's have a look. And here you are. Let's have a look at this landing. There you go, touchdown at this stage. Oh, we have Air New Zealand in the background. But I don't think we'll be able to get much of it because it would be taking off from runway 34R or perhaps runway 16L. Let's have a look. Hopefully you're lucky. And this is Rex. For those of you who don't know, Rex has been in administration for quite some time, and recently there was news that it's been taken over by a company from the United States. Nothing's really going to change for the operation side of it, but we should be just glad that we still have another airline and it's not gone down like the others. We are also awaiting Scoot the service to Singapore on TR3, their Boeing 787-9. Let's wait for a couple of more minutes and we should be able to see it past taxing us. Never fade away. Yes, replacing the Saab fleet is not going to be easy, especially when they fly out of Sydney. You know, you've got to have real good competition and you can't afford to be cancelling flights, especially an airline like Rex, because there's cutthroat competition. Qantas Link literally can just eat them over at every single stage. So yeah, I hope they have some plan in mind, a backup plan which can really get something going. Hopefully the lessors give them a good lease agreement, a good lease deal. Let us see. We can just wish them the best. And as we speak about Rex, we get another one here. All right. Right, I can hear a takeoff from runway 16L, and that's in New Zealand. And there you are, we have the takeoff of Air New Zealand. Service to Auckland on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Jeff, if you're around, we have the 787-9 Dreamliner of Air New Zealand that's just taken off runway 16L. And then we have Qantas Link coming in from Tamworth on its Dash 8-400. And here you are. The Dash 8-400 always looks cute, isn't it? Nice and easy, and it's a workhorse for a lot of regional flights all across Australia. Hey Max, good afternoon. Thanks for joining the stream. Well, we aren't really too sure, but usually around this time in the afternoon, it's a bit of a lull. We started the stream just after the late morning and early afternoon peak departure and arrivals were over. So hopefully we get a nice heavy action later on. We did get a bit of heavy action early this morning, and there's a lot of action coming in now in the next maybe an hour or two. HF, you asked me about QF7 Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth. It is just pushing back at this stage, Dallas to Fort Worth on its Airbus A380 of Qantas. We should able to see it in a couple of minutes after the pushback and taxiing. Hopefully they use runway 34L to take off. We will able to see it taxiing and beginning its takeoff roll as well. And we have another Qantas link over here. Hey Jeff, yes, it is very, very tiring. The Sydney Dallas Fort Worth service is very tiring. But for enthusiasts like a lot of us here on this channel who love traveling on the Airbus A380, it's like just works well. Hey Max, thanks so much for the information. And yes, you are right. We do have simultaneous operations happening, but there's not much at this stage. Hopefully we'll see a bit more later on, but as of now it's not much. A very good evening, a good afternoon, good morning to everyone who's joined from wherever and anywhere in the world. I hope you all are having a great Saturday night, a great Sunday morning, and a great Sunday afternoon and evening for my viewers in Australia and New Zealand. We are over here waiting for some very nice heavy departures and arrivals later today. We'll be having the Emirates Wimbledon livery arriving from Christchurch, as well as in about 90 minutes from now we will be having Qatar Airways special livery departure. So that's really going to be a good one for us. And we have the other smaller aircraft coming in. Hey, never fade away. Thanks so much for letting us know, Sichuan Airlines. We will capture the Airbus A350. You know, capturing special liveries is always like a hobby, and I always love when special liveries arrive here in Sydney because it's fun to see them. It's not every day that you happen to see, and sometimes you'll end up seeing liveries just once in a blue moon, and this is all because of the operational the operational procedures of airlines. Sometimes they usually have a configuration that they prefer sending certain aircraft to certain places, and this causes quite a bit. Though they most likely tend to keep themselves open to sending all aircraft to any place in the world, there are preferences as well. So that could affect us at times because we don't really get to spot much, but hopefully it is a good one. Virgin Australia from Brisbane on its Boeing 737. Yes, it is complex, no doubt about that. And we are getting some nice aircraft taxiing. We will be just having a look at Scoot Airlines on its Boeing 787-9, making its way to runway 34 for its flight to Singapore. For those of you who don't know much about Scoot Airlines is the low-cost carrier of Singapore Airlines. You can earn KrisFlyer miles when you fly with Scoot on selected classes And here you are, the mighty Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of Scoot. Hey Jeff, this is the best that we will able to see, the best livery on a 787 today. 787-9, you just mentioned you like the 787-9 Dreamliner. And here you are, there's one. Hopefully we get a lot more services later today on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. It's going to be fun. We will be spotting this one until it's out of our sight from over here. We won't be getting the whole takeoff roll, but at least we'll able to see it taxiing to runway 34 and at the same time beginning its takeoff roll at this stage. And as we are spotting Scoot, we also know the QF7 on its way to Dallas Fort Worth has pushed back, but it hasn't really commenced taxiing. So hopefully very shortly we will able to see the Dallas Fort Worth service as well. We also have Jetstar JQ787 on its Airbus A320 coming in from Sunshine Coast. If the flight that's coming in from Sunshine Coast is named as such, what do we name Sydney as? Because Sydney's had some really good sunny days. And whilst we don't really complain, the heat can be a bit punishing from the sun. But as long as we have this great weather, there's no complaints whatsoever. We will just enjoy because it helps us at Sydney Airport Aviation to bring a lot of these live streams and some great videos to you all. I hope you all are having a great Sunday afternoon and I hope you all are enjoying the stream. If you all are enjoying the stream, please make sure to like it and share it with your mates. It always helps us. It keeps us motivated to bring more of these streams to you all. We stream almost every weekend and I hope you all will join us on each and every stream. If not each and every stream, at least the streams that you all are able to join. Jetstar from Sunshine Coast on its old livery, with its old livery. I'm waiting to see the new livery on almost all of the Jetstar aircraft because there was someone who commented last week and they did mention that the old Jetstar livery looks like it needs a polish, it needs a new paint job. And I would rightly agree, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that we don't like the current livery actually. Scoot Airlines TR3 on runway 34. Getting ready for takeoff. Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner coming for us. Let's get this takeoff roll. Let us see if we are lucky enough to get the rotation at this stage. No, we couldn't get the rotation, but that's totally fine. We have something else coming in right now. Another Virgin Australia from Melbourne, Boeing 737 MAX 8. And here you are. Touchdown. That was nice to see them use the thrust reversers across the length of the runway. They'll probably slow down very slowly just so that they can make up and reach faster to the domestic terminal, because they've landed on runway 34L, so that helps them quite a lot. Alrighty, we have QF64 Qantas coming in from Johannesburg on its Airbus A380 Johannesburg, South Africa. Very good afternoon to everyone joining. What we see on screen is Qantas's Airbus A380 coming in from Johannesburg as flight QF64. It's just about 11 hours and 8-minute flight. It's going to be landing anytime soon, maybe in the next minute or so. And you see the aircraft getting bigger, because this is actually a big aircraft, but we have zoomed in quite a bit. So it's going to be landing in the next couple of seconds. QF64 from Johannesburg on the Airbus A380. Let's have a look. This is going to make a huge sound with the thrust reversers, and we are going to enjoy it. We aren't complaining whatsoever. Here you are. Welcome everyone. Welcome to who's just joined the stream. We have on screen QF64 from Johannesburg on the Airbus A380. And there you are. We have the touchdown. How nice is that? How nice is that? I'm glad we could spot the Qantas Airbus A380 that came in just now from Johannesburg after an 11-hour and 10-minute flight. It usually seems to be that Johannesburg is quite far away, but an 11-hour and 10-minute flight seems like any other flight these days. Because comparatively, people flying in to Singapore from Sydney, they spend about 8 hours on flight, and there's a lot of people that fly to Singapore and then onwards to Europe and Asia, different places in Asia, and then to have the Johannesburg service on an Airbus A380 all the way over there, it just takes about 3 hours more. It doesn't feel like too much. But again, the flight route does take advantage of the curvature of the Earth. So once QF63 flies out, that is Sydney to Johannesburg, they will usually go towards the south side, and that helps them get a good detour, I would say, because of the curvature of the Earth, and that helps them save a lot of time. We will now have on screen QF7 that is taxiing to runway 34L for its flight to Dallas-Fort Worth. But not this one, that's the Rex. But here we go in the next couple of seconds. It's going to be on screen. Qantas Airbus A380, the service to Dallas-Fort Worth. And here we are. Look at the mighty A380. People getting ready for a good 16-hour and 15 minutes, almost 17-hour flight to Dallas Fort Worth, the United States of America. To all my American viewers, I hope you're able to spot this aircraft flying over you in the next 16, 17 hours. We also have the Airbus A330-200 with a One World livery making its way to Jakarta, Indonesia. Seems like a bit of action is just starting. Another service from Melbourne. All right, let's pan to the departing aircraft. We have some two heavies over here. QF7 getting ready for its departure to Dallas Fort Worth. And then we have QF41 on a One World livery of Qantas making its way to Jakarta. We also have a couple of more heavies coming in, so let's enjoy that one. Before all those heavies, we have the Sydney to Brisbane service on the Boeing 737 that will be taking off. It's already started its takeoff roll, so let's have a good look at that one. Here you are, the service to Brisbane. And we have a few arrivals too. Hello, Jonathan. Hello, Jonathan. Welcome back. I'm glad that you joined our stream yet again. I'm glad you are here. Thank you very much for joining our stream. Thank you. What we see on screen is Sichuan Airlines service from Chengdu with the Panda route livery. Let's have a look at this one. A lot of people go crazy after this livery, and I'm glad we can get it and spot it on our live stream today. I'm glad, Jonathan, you have joined this stream today. I hope you're having a great Sunday afternoon. And here we are. Nice and bright looking livery. How good is that? I always love these A350s with such nice liveries. Looks like a fruit actually, the Panda route livery. Very nice, very nice. I hope you all are enjoying the stream and loving it. And as you see, the Airbus A350 of Fiji Airways just crossed by us. Lovely. And let's have a look at Fiji Airways Airbus A350. Hey Z7, the UCL livery, are you talking about the Qatar Airways livery? All right, Fiji Airways, but if we pan a bit, we have an Airbus A380 Super. Hello, Richard. Welcome from San Diego. I hope you're staying safe and staying away from the rain. I hope y'all are having a great Saturday evening. Thank you very much. We are over here. Hey, Richard, this plane that you see on screen is for you. We dedicate this one for you because it is the QF7 Dallas Fort Worth service, which will be arriving in Dallas in the next almost 17 hours. I hope you are having a great time. I did read about a lot of flight cancellations all across the United States. Hopefully you and your family aren't affected too much. What we see on screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is QF7 service to Dallas Fort Worth, the United States of America. It's a shame because of the bushes we can't really spot much, but at the same time, I'm glad we could bring this live stream to you all. Welcome to everyone who's just joined the stream from anywhere and everywhere in the world. Yes, Jonathan, it's a great plane. The Airbus A380 is a cool one. We have a couple of heavies over here, just getting ready for departure. We have Fiji Airways, we have Qantas, but prior to that, we have Qantas Link, operated by Sun State Airlines, coming from Wagga Wagga on the Dash 8-400. And here you are, the Dash 8-400 arriving from Wagga Wagga. Hey Richard, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great time and a great Sunday. Thank you very much, never fade away. Thanks for the like, thanks for subscribing to our channel. We hope to keep you entertained every week because we plan to live stream on YouTube every week, either Sunday mornings or Sunday afternoon until late, because with the Australian summer, it's always great to be getting a lot of these streams out and spotting planes that usually arrive around sunset time or even post-sunset during winter hours. But regardless, I hope you're having a great time. Yes, Jonathan, Qantas A330 with the One World livery getting ready for its flight to Jakarta. Hey Daniel, hope you're having a great time, a great Sunday. Welcome to our stream. Hopefully you had a great Saturday. We have Qantas Link coming in from Albury, again the Dash 8-400. Hey Daniel, it's 2:45 p.m. in the afternoon, Sunday afternoon, you're in Sydney. And this is the Dash 8-400.
Go over. Don't touch.
Oh, Daniel, 9:45 p.m. Wow, great. It's like almost 18 hours. How good is that, right? 17-hour difference. I hope you had a great, nice dinner and have a great Saturday night. Hopefully you enjoyed this Saturday night stream. And I hope you have a great start to the Sunday. Alrighty. The Qantas service with a One World livery making its way to Jakarta. There you are, let's go for it. One World livery of Qantas. And you see on the opposite side, behind, in the background, there was a flight that just took off. And then as we pan around, we have another arrival coming in from Broken Hill, again on the Qantas Link Dash 8 400. After that arrival, we will be having Fiji Airways that you already see just off runway 34R. At its holding point will be making its way to Fiji. The Dash 8 400 from Broken Hill. And now we have a heavy. Hey Daniel, I am not streaming on Monday because usually I would be quite busy during the week, but hopefully I can stream on Saturday morning if that's what you prefer. So perhaps Saturday morning. Let me see how many of us like a Saturday morning stream or Sunday morning stream. Usually Saturday mornings could be like quite low with viewer numbers, and that's understandably because everyone would be just too tired from working the whole week and they wouldn't really be waking up to watch flights in the morning. However, Sunday morning seems to be quite different, but regardless, we are open to be streaming on any day during the weekends. All right, we have Fiji Airlines Airbus A350 on its takeoff roll to Fiji. How good is that? I am guessing that Fiji Airways was pretty light because it didn't use a lot of thrust. We saw it just rotating. Probably would have been very light on weight, very light on passengers. And this is the Qantas service from Cairns. Welcome everyone who have just joined the stream. We are here today to get some special livery aircraft of Qatar Airways as well as Emirates. Qatar Airways should be here in about the next 45 minutes or so, or perhaps a little less than an hour. And then we have Emirates coming in, but we'll have to be waiting another 4 hours for that one. We have Air China Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner coming in from Beijing in the next 10 minutes. Virgin Australia Boeing 737. Taxiing to runway 34L for its flight to Cairns. We also have an arrival, as you see on screen, coming in from Adelaide on Boeing 737 QF740. And here you are, QF740. from Adelaide after a 1 hour and 23-minute flight. And let's plan now to capture the takeoff on the Boeing 737 service to Cairns, Sydney to Cairns on Virgin Australia. Just making way for an arrival Jetstar's aircraft from Busselton on the Airbus A330. Let's spot that one. Hey Ahmed, I am guessing Emirates should be here around 7:30 p.m. Just slightly before 7:30 if it's not too delayed. Thanks, Ahmed. Thank you. We hope you capture the stream. At that time, we have the Emirates A380 with the Wimbledon livery coming in at that time. That's the Wimbledon livery coming in from Christchurch, New Zealand. Hopefully, you are able to enjoy it, and hopefully, we are able to catch it over here on our channel. The sun is being a bit punishing, but we will try getting whatever we can for you. Hey Ahmed, I'm not too sure if PIA flies to Sydney. It doesn't really fly to Sydney as far as I am aware, unless I'm mistaken. So if there's anyone on the stream who knows if PIA flies to Sydney, please comment down and let us know. A very warm welcome to everyone who's joining. Thanks, Ahmed. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a great Sunday, Ahmed. Hopefully, you and your family are doing well and having a great weekend. All right, there you go. We were waiting for this takeoff and we are lucky to capture it. There you are. Lucky to get one full rotation. Of course, it's not really possible with international flights unless it's a very short flight to maybe Fiji, like the one we just saw a couple of minutes ago, wherein Fiji Airways didn't use much thrust. It was way too silent, and yet it was almost rotating by the time it reached near us. We have Boeing 737 coming in from Perth. Hey Ahmed, Qatar Airways will be coming in the evening, so there's plenty of time. I think about 4 hours more before we spot Qatar Airways. Let me check that for you. So Qatar Airways is going to come at 6:02 p.m. That's a little over 3 hours from now. However, we have a Qatar Airways departure in the next few minutes. I think I would put it at about 40 minutes or 50 minutes from now. Hey Ahmed, welcome from Pakistan. I hope you're having a great time. Hope you're having a great Sunday morning in Pakistan, because it will be morning over there. Hopefully it's a great start to the Sunday morning with this stream. We are getting an Auckland service QF144 on the Boeing 737. Good day, Damien. Good day. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. It's nice to see you on the stream. I hope you have a great time. We've had a couple of heavy departures and heavy arrivals as well. At this moment, it's just a few departures and arrivals, and they are light. You just missed out on Fiji Airways, Airbus A350, which took off not with a lot of thrust, and it was way too silent. We saw it almost rotating by the time it went behind the bushes. But don't worry, because we are here today to capture Wimbledon livery of Emirates on its Airbus A380 coming in from Christchurch, as well as at the same time we will be having flight VA1 on Qatar Airways, which has the football livery, a special livery. So hopefully the weather just stays put the way it is, and we will be having a really good time. In the next few minutes, that is in the next 2 minutes, we will be having Air China Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner coming in from Beijing. That's going to be a good one. Usually spotting the Beijing service is the one where a lot of our Chinese viewers, they enjoy. And it's going to be a good one. Hopefully we can keep them happy. Okay, welcome everyone. What we see on screen is Qantas Link on its dash 8400 coming in from Merimpela. Hello, Billy. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hello, Ahmed. Are you asking me if this is Manchester Airport? No, this is not Manchester Airport. This is Sydney Airport in Sydney, Australia. The Dash 8-400 from Merimbula. Hey Ahmed, Saudi Arabia Airline. It's a great airline, but it doesn't really fly to Sydney or anywhere here in Australia. Hopefully we can capture it for you at Dubai International Airport someday. Hopefully everything goes well. And welcome everyone, welcome to who has just joined the stream right now. We are here on a lazy Sunday afternoon, which is nice and warm. Hey Billy, which aircraft did you see having that bounce and the nose landing, like the nose gear touching first? That would be a bit crazy. Oh really? A stall landing? Which airline is that? Did it happen here in Australia or elsewhere? Oh, the C172. Okay, I get it. Ooh, Air Gold Coast. We are waiting for Air China service from Beijing. CA173. Hey Ahmed, I did reveal my face earlier. I will do it in a few minutes. As of now, we are just trying to capture quite a lot of aircraft. We have on screen Air China coming in from Beijing on its Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, flight number CA173. Wow, that's some great information. Qantas is 105 years old. And yes, that's really great. As well as for those who don't know, Qantas started with an acronym, Qantas being called as Queensland and Northern Territory Aerial Services. That's how Qantas came into being. And here we are, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner off Air China from Beijing. Thrust reversers deployed. And now let's pan back. We have a departure. We will be soon having special liveries departure of Qatar Airways. I don't think they have started boarding yet, but we should be seeing it in the next 40 minutes. It's going to be a great one. Welcome everyone to all who have joined the stream. I hope you all are having a great Sunday afternoon and a great weekend overall. All right, we see the aircraft making its way to runway 34L. That's the Sydney to Adelaide service, QF739. Meanwhile, let's pan around. Let's capture this aircraft Rex cruising along. And let's pan. We are getting ready for the Adelaide service on Qantas's Boeing 737-800. Should be taking off anytime, so let's see. Hey, yeah, mate, it was a sweet landing. All right, we are ready for the takeoff roll for the Adelaide service of Qantas. QF739. Okay, here you are. Takeoff roll has begun. Hopefully, we can get to see the rotation prior to it going behind the bushes. And yes, we are lucky enough. And then we have the arrival coming in from Hamilton Island on QF579. It's Boeing 737-800. Whoa, that seems like a go around. Don't really know what happened there. There's no aircraft on the runway, unless further down there would have been an aircraft that was taxiing or something like that. Hey everyone, just joining in. We just had a go around of a flight coming in from Hamilton Island on the Boeing 737-800 of Qantas QF579. We didn't really spot anything on the runway unless there was something behind the bushes or whatever that could have caused the pilots to decide on going around. Regardless, as long as safety is maintained and prioritized, that is all that we desire, and that makes everyone happy. So no stress about it. We have Cathay Pacific Boeing 777-300ER with its transponder zone at flight service to Hong Kong on CX100. We should be having the Boeing 777-300ER very shortly. It has just pushed back and we should be able to see it. It'll take a while before it starts taxiing, I would suppose, but I don't really see much of traffic at this stage, so it should be a quick one for them. And then now let's pan and check for wrecks coming in from Merimbula. Hey mate, if they're changing runways, hopefully it's not the east-west runway that's called informally, or perhaps runway 25. If it's runway 25, yeah, it's not going to be too helpful for any of us. And here we have wrecks coming in from Merimbula on runway 34L on its Saab 340B+. Welcome everyone. I don't really see much wind at all. It's pretty much way too calm. There is no wind, unless for operational reasons they are changing the runway, or either it could just be that they anticipate wind in the near future, or maybe the next hour or two. But let us see. We can make do with whatever is working, and we'll take it from there. We are now awaiting a few heavy departures. Cathay Pacific. Alrighty, we have Cathay Pacific, which has started its taxi to runway 34L. We should able to see it very shortly when I pan my camera along. I'm not too sure if we'll able to see Cathay Pacific first, or we end up seeing Virgin Australia from Melbourne on its Boeing 737-700 VA849 service. Let's have a look and see how it works out. What we see on screen is the Melbourne service. This is the Boeing 737-700, not the 800, not the 8 MAX, Boeing 737-700. And here you are, touchdown. And it will just roll on and on. Hey, yes, Damien, go-arounds are fun at times. Yes, go-arounds are fun, especially when it's a big, heavy aircraft, a 4-engine aircraft. It's going to be even much more, but yeah, we were lucky to just capture one go-around right now, the service from Merimbula. And I'll just leave my camera as such because we have Cathay Pacific Boeing 777-300ER that's taxiing on its flight to Hong Kong. It's taxiing to runway 34L. Here you are, Cathay Pacific Boeing 777-300AR. How good is that? The Boeing 777-300ER taxiing to runway 34L for its flight to Hong Kong. And the flight number is CX100. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, such an easy number. We also have Jetstar service coming in from Melbourne with its special 10th anniversary livery, so we should be able to see that. Hey Jeff, welcome back, welcome. We had a couple of Boeing 787-9s I hope you were able to spot a few of them over here on the screen. And we see the 10th anniversary livery of Jetstar coming in, landing from Melbourne. How many of you all like the 10th anniversary livery of Jetstar? It's nice and bright, especially in the morning sun, about 10, 11, it shines really bright. Even right now, it's quite bright, but I think it's just the sun being too harsh. Regardless, it looks great. Oh yes, Jeff, the 100th anniversary of Qantas Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. It looks amazing. We have filmed that plane and have posted it a couple of months ago, and it had taken off from runway 34, right? And we filmed it from Port Botany. It was a very close-up video that we filmed. So maybe today after the stream, if you would like to have a look at it, if you haven't done so already, maybe just go check it out. You probably would like it. We have a very good view of the 100th anniversary livery of Qantas on its Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner that just taxis from the taxi point to the runway. It's like a really great one. I hope you are able to have a look at that one. You'll have to scroll down a bit because we keep posting a lot of videos, and yeah, you'll have to do a bit of hard work, but maybe just search it up on the channel with the 100th anniversary livery, and you should be able to find it out quite easily. All right. The Boeing 777-300ER of Cathay Pacific flight number CX-100 has begun its takeoff roll. And here you are. Begun its takeoff roll. I don't think we would be able to see the rotation, but regardless, I'm glad that we can capture this one. It's a great one. Seems to be they aren't using much thrust whatsoever. They probably don't really need as much. Maybe they are way too light for today. Never know. And we have another service coming in. The service from Hamilton Island. Once again, this is the one that had a go around earlier, I suppose. Oh yes, Damien, I agree with you. The Jetstar livery, the brighter ones, especially the newer one and the 10th anniversary livery, those are the ones to die for. They really brighten up the whole place actually, as well as it makes for a very good picture and perhaps a video as well. What we see on screen is Port Botany. We are just awaiting a couple of heavy departures. We will be having a lot of heavy arrivals later in the day. We also have Thai Airways TG472 on its Airbus A350, which has just switched on its transponders, so we should be able to see it taxi and take off in the next few minutes. Hopefully it's going to be a great one. and not much action happening. We are waiting a few flights. There are a lot of flights that have lined up, that are almost lining up for takeoff on runway 34R, but that's not something we can spot readily from over here. So we'll just have to wait and watch. All we can see is the tail of the aircraft. We have Jetstar's Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner on flight JQ61 getting ready to depart to Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. We have Qantas Link QLK 2122 coming in from Griffith on the Dash 8 400. Hey Jeff, which plane are you talking about which had the One World livery? Are you talking about Qantas or perhaps another airline? Whoa! Another go around. What's happening? We just got that go around. Wow. As you just saw on the channel right now on the stream, there was this Dash 8 400 that came in. It was almost touching down and then it decides to go around. That was a bit crazy. The second go around of the day in less than half an hour. Two go arounds in less than half an hour. That's a bit crazy. Oh, Chamonix. Okay. I didn't see that, but I did spot Chamonix earlier today when I just reached over here. I happened to film it on my camera, so we have that video as well. So it should be out maybe later this week. Welcome everyone. Welcome to everyone who's just joined the stream. We are at Sydney Airport. We are waiting a couple of heavy departures and arrivals. We will be having a very special livery of Qatar Airways in the next maybe half an hour or so. Let's see. At the moment it's a bit of a lull because there's not many aircraft taking off and departing, but hopefully very soon. We do have Thai Airways, which has just been pushed back and is making its way to the taxi point. TG472 service to Bangkok. I'm not too sure if any of y'all can hear the background. It seems to be an ice cream truck. Alrighty, let's capture the Rex. And there you go. Rex is out of the frame. Now we are just waiting for a few aircraft. We are waiting for Thai Airways TG472 on its Airbus A350-900 service to Bangkok. It has just begun its taxi. We should be able to see it shortly in the next couple of minutes. It's way too hot today and the sun is quite punishing. Hopefully it stays this way and it doesn't really get worse off. We would be happy to have this weather regardless of it being a bit too uncomfortable for us. However, we are happy whatsoever to bring this live stream to you all. If you all are enjoying the stream, you know what to do. Please just hit the like button. It helps us a lot. It's quite a motivation for all of us to bring the live stream to you and keep getting better at it. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Thank you very much for your likes. Thanks for commenting and leaving some kind words in there. I really appreciate all of you watching this live stream today with us on this very sunny and hot Sunday afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us. The stars of the show have not yet come. We are waiting for Qatar Airways special livery. We are waiting for Emirates Airbus A380 special livery, the Wimbledon livery which comes from Christchurch, New Zealand. So that's something we all are waiting for. The Christchurch service is going to take a while because it's going to be after about 7:30 or whatever. But the Qatar Airways livery, we will be getting it even much more earlier. Okay, we now have Melbourne service, Melbourne to Sydney, coming in on runway 34L, but let's spot this Rex for the time it's in front of us. And this is the Melbourne service QF448 on this Boeing 737-800. Here you are. Boeing 737-800 Melbourne service. Since the time we started the stream, we've captured a lot of the Melbourne services. And if you don't know, Sydney to Melbourne is Australia's busiest route. Sydney to Melbourne, Melbourne to Sydney. There are very many flights during the day, very many. They form a bulk of the aircraft schedules here at Melbourne, here in Sydney as well as at Melbourne, and that really helps keep down the prices. But I wish we could have even much more competition, something like other countries do have, and competition just helps everyone get a better deal out of it. Okay, we have Texel Air. That's something new. We haven't really got Texel Air on our live stream anytime before. It's a Boeing 737-800. So let's see if we can get that one next few minutes. think maybe in a minute or two. I'm not too sure, but maybe in 3 minutes, I suppose. Yeah, that's what the app says. So in 3 minutes, we should be getting that one. And in the meanwhile, let's pan around. Let's get the Bo 200. That's another one. And here we are, the one that we spoke about earlier, Thai Airways Airbus A350-900. Airbus A350-900 service to Bangkok. Yeah, lucky we'll just be getting this departure. It's going to be fun for us. Quite a long taxiway, which is pretty normal here in Sydney. But in comparison to airlines across the world, it's not even as bad. And there you go, we have Texel Airlines coming in. Let's capture that one because it's going to be the first time that we capture this aircraft, this airline on our live stream here at Sydney Airport Aviation. All right, let's get ready for the service to Bangkok TG472. Not too sure if they will make way for Qantas Link coming on the Dash 8 400 from Griffith, but I'm guessing that's what's going to happen because by the time TG472 makes its way to the runway from the holding point, it's going to be a bit too late. So I guess they would let Qantas Link come in first on runway 34L from Griffith, and that's when the takeoff clearance for TG472 will be given. Stick around, guys, stick around. I hope you're having a great time. Hello from Brisbane. Hello. I hope you're having a great time. Hey, Life of Josh. We are filming from the beach. It's just called the beach. It's next to the old ATC tower. And yeah, it's a great place to spot actually. Hello. Hello everyone from Brisbane. Hello Les. Hello Les. Hope you're having a great time. And like I said, it seems to be that the Dash 8 400 is being prioritized. It looks like a go around. I don't really know what's happening there. This is the third go around in less than half an hour on this stream. Hey Jeff, yes I can. It is possible for me to get the ATC. However, I do not have the equipment to get the ATC. That's another completely different story. But hopefully in future I can try getting that. Hey Basil, it's not windy at all whatsoever in Sydney, but we've already have had 3 go-arounds in less than half an hour at this stage. So that's a bit crazy because the most recent go-around that you just saw right now, there wasn't anything, unless the pilots may have seen something way ahead on the runway. At least the part of runway that we see, we didn't really spot any runway incursions or whatever for that matter. So you never really know. But to have 3 go arounds in a span of less than half an hour, that's a bit crazy to me. All right, we have Virgin Australia VA524 coming in from the Gold Coast, and I think soon after that is when we should get clearance for TG472 to Bangkok. What we see on screen is VA524 from the Gold Coast, Virgin Australia, Boeing 737-800. Welcome to everyone just joining the stream right now. It's almost slightly over 2 hours since we started the stream. We are waiting a couple of heavy arrivals and departures with stars of the shows today being Qatar Airways as well as Emirates. Qatar Airways departure, we will be getting a special livery, and Emirates arrival from Christchurch is the one where we will get the special livery again, the Wimbledon livery. So stay around. I hope you all enjoy the stream. If you like the stream, if you're enjoying watching it, please give it a like, subscribe to the channel, share it with your mates. And you see Virgin Australia use pretty much the thrust reversers. Was a bit of sound, but yep, all done and dusted. Should be taxiing to the domestic terminals. We are awaiting clearance, takeoff clearance for TG472. It's just off the runway at the holding point, runway 34R. Let us see what's happening. Seems to be taking its own sweet time. There's clouds above just at that end of the runway, but however, the place where we are standing, it's quite sunny over here. I think it's just the passing clouds. Hopefully it gets cleared off soon. You can also see in the foreground there's people skiing, having a good, great Sunday afternoon time. I hope you all are having a great Sunday afternoon too. Alrighty, now we know why TG472 was waiting. It's because Jetstar was crossing on the active runway. It just came in from the other side, from the terminal. Now that it's crossed and onto the taxiway, we see TG472 that's now on the runway and hopefully get its clearance very soon to take off. A very warm welcome to everyone joining the stream. Hope you are having a great time. Welcome to everyone from all across the world. Welcome. And TG472 service to Bangkok has started its takeoff roll. And here you are. Wow. You're so lucky to get the rotation on this one. Crazy. That's super crazy. I'm glad we have Jetstar. That seems to be a domestic service. It should be. Oh yeah, it's traveling to Cairns. Airbus A320. That's slightly bit cloudy right now, and the wind has just begun. Slightly windy, not too much, but I'm glad we can actually have a look at these planes today. The sun was a bit punishing, but I'm glad it's a bit cloudy right now because that really helps us. It's slightly cooler at this stage, but hopefully the sun comes out later in the evening. Can get a bit of break. Oh, the sun's already out. But no complaints whatsoever. Let's have a look at the takeoff roll for JQ954 Sydney to Cairns. And welcome everyone. Just a reminder, we have Qatar Airways flight number VA1 Boeing 777-300ER. Its transponders are on. It may probably get pushed back anytime soon for its flight to Qatar. And the best part, it's a special livery plane, which is the UEFA Champions League. We will be spotting that one. That's the first star of our live show today. Qatar Airways, Sydney to Doha, Boeing 777-300ER with the UEFA Champions League livery. Hey Damien, yes, I couldn't believe it's like what's happening. And there was another go around, 3 go arounds. And yeah, Jeff, thank you very much. I hope I can, a few months down the line, get an equipment to listen to the ATC. It will be great, hopefully very soon. Oh yes, Basil, it was like crazy to get another go around after you just mentioned it. Hey Damien, yes, the wind would probably be taking the sound away, as well as at the same time, it's also that they aren't using much thrust too. So, yeah. And Damien, yes, it was an early rotation earlier. Hey Jeff, the Boeing 777-300 and 787-9 Dreamliner, they aren't exactly the same, they are quite different. The 787-9 is made of composite materials, a lot of composite materials, and they are made for medium to long haul routes, and they do not have as much carrying capacity as a Boeing 777-300ER or let alone the Boeing 777-300. The 777-300 is a totally different workhorse, primarily used for medium to long haul routes, but also for very busy routes, very, very busy. The Boeing 777 had come and was launched a long time ago compared to the 787, which is a very newer aircraft. Hey Jonathan, yes, it's a very nice day to film. It's a sunny day, but it's getting a bit punishing with the heat actually. And yes, coming back to the question, the 787 is a modern aircraft, quite a modern one. I think they first flew in 2012 or 2011, if I'm not mistaken. However, the Boeing 777 has been there for ages together. Regardless, airlines prefer them both, and they are workhorses in their own right. The 777 usually can fly very far, let's just say from Delhi, India to Chicago O'Hare, or even much more longer routes. The 787 can also fly longer routes, but they are primarily not used on longer routes as such, as well as they do not have as much carrying capacity, but then they are quite fuel efficient. They have engine nacelles where you see the engine cowling, it would be having teeth-like structures in the end, and not in the end, in the back of the engine cowling, and that is to reduce the lot of noise that comes in during takeoff and landing. So there's a lot of difference. The Boeing 787 is quite comfortable compared to the 777, especially if you're talking about economy class. However, there's not much difference, I would say. If you may have also noticed, if you've traveled on a 787 and a 777, the 787 has electronic window blinds. And one thing that I don't like about those electronic window blinds are most of the airlines try controlling it on their own, and then they do not leave any control for the passengers. Let's just say Air India. I've traveled on the Air India Boeing 787. It's not a pleasant experience because passengers have no control whatsoever. Immediately after takeoff, they darken the window shades electronically, and passengers have no control whatsoever. Even though they have a button to use it, it's just a dead button at that stage. All right, everyone, we have VA1 that is pushed back and is taxiing. That's the special livery Qatar Airways UEFA Champions League livery. Clear skies, nothing in here. We probably will be having a taxi of Qatar Airways very soon. It's already begun taxiing. It's going to emerge from out the bushes over here shortly. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the other aircraft. We don't really have anything coming in as of now, but hopefully very soon. Hey Chef, I'm not too sure which airlines would be having Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, but yeah, for sure, I know Singapore Airlines has the Boeing 787-10. They do have the 777-300ER. I'm not too sure if they have the 787-9 Dreamliner, but I've traveled on their 787-10 Dreamliner as well as on their Boeing 777-300ER. There's Japan Airlines, there's ANA, they have their Boeing 787. I think Japan Airlines has the 787-9 Dreamliner as well as the 777-300ER. So I think everyone just deploys it the way they need it. We have the 787 Dreamliner of Japan Airlines as well as the 777-300ER coming into Sydney. Not too sure about Singapore Airlines coming in with their 787. I don't think they fly their 787 here to Sydney. And it's getting a bit windy now. Hey James, welcome to the stream. We are having a wonderful day and a wonderful stream. It's just started getting windy for some reason. I hope you're having a great day. Where are you from, James? Are you from Sydney? Are you from elsewhere in Australia? Are you from elsewhere in the world? Where are you from? But wherever you are from, I hope you're having a great time, James. I hope you're having a great time and a great day. As you can see, there's not many aircraft coming in. There'll be a couple of aircraft making their way, and we have Virgin Australia VA1 that will be departing to Doha, Qatar very shortly. It's already taxied and pushed back, so we should be able to see it anytime soon. All right, there you go. Welcome everyone. We are just awaiting the special livery UEFA Champions League livery on Qatar Airways. It will be here shortly. Welcome everyone. In the next minute or so, we will be having a look at the Qatar Airways special livery. And I can spot it with my own eyes right now. Qatar Airways Boeing 777-300, registration as A7BED with the UEFA Champions livery. Let's get ready to have a look at it. I hope you all enjoy this one. This is the star of the show for today. It's just going to be on screen in the next couple of seconds. And as you see, people go crazy after this Qatar Airways livery. How good is that? How good is that? Qatar Airways UEFA Champions livery, registered as A7BD. Hey Jeff, yes, it's a great livery. People are going all crazy over here. They all are clicking pictures. I hope you'll enjoy. Welcome everyone. What we are witnessing is history. A7BED with the UEFA Champions League livery. Hello DF Dimension. Hello, welcome to our stream. What you are watching on the screen right now is the special livery of Qatar Airways. HF, Qatar does fly the Airbus A380. The Airbus A380 is going to arrive in about 3 hours from now. This Qatar Airways that you see, it has a registration, sorry, not the registration, the flight number is VA1. VA1 stands for Virgin Australia 1. So it's typically a leased aircraft by Virgin Australia, and the reasoning for them doing this is so that they can capture a lot of the traffic that passes through the Middle East and onwards to different parts of Asia as well as Europe. So you see, that's the partnership. Just like how Emirates has a partnership with Qantas, so also Virgin Australia has this partnership right now through a lease agreement with Qatar Airways. How good is that? Hey Jeff, you can book on either of the airlines website. If you book on Qatar Airways, it's going to show you that it's operated by Virgin Australia on Qatar Airways equipment. So you're pretty much sorted because you will seriously know which one you're going through. And likewise, the same when you book on Virgin Australia's website, you will be getting a disclaimer saying that this is a Virgin Australia flight number. However, it's operated by Qatar Airways. Right, we are waiting a service from Brisbane before Qatar Airways takes off. Hey Jeff, I have never really paid attention. I do think Virgin Australia can fly overseas, but Virgin Australia does not have any aircraft that would able to fly the distance to Qatar, like a 15-hour flight, a 14 and a half hour, 15-hour flight to Qatar. That's not something that they could do with any of their available planes as of now. So yeah, that's not something they were able to do. However, the lease with Qatar Airways is what opens up the Middle East, Asia, and Europe to them, which helps quite a lot. Else they would be losing all that traffic to Qantas, because Qantas has operations to Singapore and then onwards to Asia. They have operations to Dubai via Emirates. So if there's anyone who would have preferred earlier traveling to Europe, Middle East, or Asia, they would have just gone with Emirates and Qantas. So the fact that they did not want to lose out on that much of traffic, Virgin Australia signed up with Qatar Airways. So it works quite well. Qatar Airways gets a lot of traffic, and at the same time, it is also Virgin Australia getting the traffic. All right, let's get ready for the star of the show, the departure. We were waiting this for quite some time, and I'm glad you all are joining for this one. We just have Qantas Boeing 737 that's crossed the active runway 34L, and right now let's get ready for departure. Registration A7BED on flight number VA2 Virgin Australia 2. Let's get ready, guys. If you are enjoying the stream, give it a like, hit the subscribe button, share it with your mates. Here you are, flight number VA2 getting ready for departure. And the people are going crazy after this one. There you are, the star of the show. How good is that? Alrighty, welcome everyone to all who have joined just now. We had the first star of the show, Qatar Airways on flight VA1 that just departed with a special livery UEFA Champions livery. Welcome everyone. We have had some great departures and arrivals. They're still having some fun here on this very lazy Sunday afternoon. I hope you all are having a great time. It's getting a bit windy. Hopefully we can continue this stream for much more longer than we have planned. We don't really want to cut short this stream at any point. Okay, we have Qantas's Boeing 737-800 service to Brisbane. We also have Singapore Airlines getting ready for its flight to Singapore on the Airbus A380. I hope you'll enjoy the stream. Once again, just a gentle reminder, guys and girls, if you all are enjoying the stream, please give it a like, subscribe to the channel. We stream every weekend, almost every weekend, and we plan to stream again next Sunday morning. It's been about 2.5 hours since we started our stream. We are going to be here for quite some more time because we still have another star of the show, that is Emirates coming in from Christchurch. Hey Jeff, yes, they do plan to start a flight from Sydney to London directly as well as Sydney to New York. However, at this stage, even next year seems unlikely because the Airbus A350-1000 ULR, that's ultra long range, that's being built at the Airbus factory. Recently, we had a few pictures come out on Instagram and on the news. That flight will be delivered late next year to Qantas. And when it's delivered, they wouldn't be starting the service directly. They would take some time to get accustomed to the aircraft, to see its operational limits. Whilst we all know what the operational limits would be there on this aircraft because it's a specially designed one for Qantas, we still would be having a couple of getting used to around flights. So what I'm guessing is it should be early 2027 is when those flights begin with. But again, it all also depends on Airbus. If Airbus is ready to hand over the aircraft to Qantas a bit more earlier, that will help. Again, I'm guessing they wouldn't really be starting flights with just one aircraft. So probably when they receive the first aircraft, they will start getting the head around it and getting familiarized with the in and outs of the aircraft, especially considering it's specially modified flight with an ultra longer range. And then maybe as they get the second and third aircraft, they will just try putting in the services over there. Hopefully maybe 4 of them if they want to start Sydney and London and New York service at the same time. But from what I gauge is Sydney to London may start first. Yes, Jeff, it's going to be the world's longest flight. It's going to be the world's longest flight, and most people presume it's going to be quite an expensive ticket in economy class, but I don't think there will be much hue and cry about it because people would love to travel directly because you end up saving a lot of time and you wouldn't get as tired unless you're transiting and spending about a day or two at your transit location. That's when you end up being a bit fresh, but you end up wasting so much time. And then, regardless, when you're transiting about a day or two, if you are spending time in a hotel or something like that, you would spend money anyway. So yeah, it's a win-win situation for everyone. For those who really want to save time and be in London or perhaps New York within the next day, that's the best option that you could use, especially considering New York is about 15 hours and 16 hours behind Sydney. What really happens is you end up getting a lot of free time on your hand when you take a direct flight from Sydney to New York. Again, with Sydney to London, there's pretty much, I think, 11, 12-hour difference. And that's going to be quite beneficial as well for a long-haul flight. So it's going to be a game changer, and that's the final frontier in aviation, to have such a long flight. All right, you see right now the camera is swaying, it's going a bit crazy. The wind's picking up. Hopefully the runways don't change, the runway operations. But if the runway operations change, then we may have to end the stream. Hopefully that isn't the case. But regardless, thank you very much for everyone for joining us on this stream today. We hope you're having a great time. We have Qantas QF92 coming in from Noumea on its Boeing 737-800 flight number QF92. And let's have a look at this one. And here you go, the Noumea service QF92. Hey Grump, welcome to the stream. Welcome, great to see you, Grump, over here. Hey Grump, it's getting quite windy right now at this stage. It's literally swaying. The camera is mounted on the tripod, and yet it's like so crazy. It's super crazy, super crazy. I'm holding the tripod with one hand of mine. This is like absolutely ridiculous. I just hope the weather doesn't get a bit more violent, because we need to film a few special aircraft. To be precise, one special aircraft, the Emirates Wimbledon livery, which is going to come in from Christchurch. It did arrive earlier today from Dubai, and then it took off for Christchurch later in the morning, and now we are awaiting its arrival from Christchurch later today evening. I think it's going to be about 4:30 in the evening. Thanks, Graham. Thank you very much. Yes, appreciate your kind words. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chris. Yes, it's quite windy. We have a few arrivals coming in. Virgin Australia, another service from Melbourne. Hey Jeff, yes, I will be filming at the new Western Sydney airport too. I expect a lot of new airlines coming in that don't really come in over here, because Sydney airport is so slot constrained as well as time constrained because of the time curfew. So hopefully when there'll be new airlines coming in, I will be filming. Regardless, when Sydney airport, the new Western Sydney airport does open up, I will be filming Even if we don't have any new airlines, we do know Singapore Airlines, Qantas, Jetstar, and Virgin Australia will be flying from there from the beginning. And yeah, we will film to capture a lot of stuff over from there. Yeah, Singapore Airport is willing to fly there. Yeah. Singapore Airlines, yes, they are willing. Singapore Airlines was one of the first airlines that committed to flying over at the Western Sydney Airport. Like you know, Singapore Airlines is the largest international non-Australian operator that flies to Australia. Yeah, Jeff, there's not many international airlines that have committed to flying. However, I do know there have been delegates from Sydney Airport, as well as from the government that have gone around to different countries and airlines asking them to fly into Western Sydney Airport. We had a couple of news articles wherein there was the delegation from Sydney Airport that went to India and asked Indigo Airlines, which is India's largest low-cost carrier, as well as one of the world's best low-cost carrier, Indigo Airlines. Not the world's best low-cost carrier, but one of the world's best low-cost carrier. They asked them if they could fly directly to the Western Sydney Airport. They haven't really committed anything, but you know the fact that the Australians have approached them, we just hope that you know something positive could come out of it, because that opens up a lot of avenues to us Australians, especially us Australians traveling to the Middle East and Europe. If you happen to get Indigo Airlines from India on a cheap budget fare, that's going to help a lot of people fly to Europe much more regularly than they do now, because at the moment people who fly to Europe would prefer flying on Emirates or right now Qatar Airways, as they have the tie-up with Virgin Australia. However, if there's any low-cost airline that does fly to Western Sydney Airport, especially the Indian carriers, or perhaps even if Scoot increases, Scoot is the low-cost carrier of Singapore Airlines, perhaps if even Scoot increases their flights, and there's a lot of them from Western Sydney Airport, that's going to help quite a bit. So yeah, let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. Hey, and James, yes, the low-cost international airlines, they aren't something that most people look forward to. However, there have been people who have traveled on Scoot from Vienna to Singapore and then onwards to Sydney and Melbourne. So, you know, that's a totally different dedication altogether for someone flying super long haul on a low-cost airline. It really speaks volumes, because, you know, people who really want to have the cheap tickets and all, they would do anything. And yeah, likewise, it works out quite well. Probably they don't really care too much about their comfort on the plane, as long as you know they can get to that destination for a cheap price. That makes a lot of sense to a lot of people, actually. Yes, when you say safety greater than cost, yes, a lot of airlines these days are quite safe. I would say Scoot is quite a safe one. I do know Indigo Airlines. I've traveled on it quite many times to the Middle East, etc. They seem to be quite a safe one. But yes, this discussion can always be held, because you know there will be a lot of airline forums where people will be like, oh, the low-cost airlines would do anything to cut cost, and they could even do it at the cost of safety. And yes, that is something that shouldn't be happening whatsoever. You know, they need to be held accountable. That needs to be a strict overlooking on all of these airlines. It's only then that, you know, low-cost carriers can really take off and go quite well compared to their international counterparts like the full-service carriers. But yes, it does make sense. You know, we need to prioritize safety more than anything else whatsoever. Yes, Jeff, Western Sydney Airport is literally in a rural area, as of now. However, I think by next year it's going to get a bit more developed, but not as much. But then I think over the years it's going to get developed quite a bit. All right, what we have on screen is the flight from Colombo, Sri Lankan Airlines Airbus A330 flight UL606. It's flying all the way from Colombo, 9 hours and 12-minute flight. And we have Singapore Airlines Airbus A380. A380 service to Singapore. SQ222. It's going to arrive Singapore about 1:20 a.m. Australian time. Sorry, 12:20 a.m. Australian time, 9:20 p.m. Singapore time. Welcome to all. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, madams and sirs. We are streaming on this lazy Sunday sunny afternoon from Sydney Airport. We plan to get a couple of star aircraft. We've already got a couple of them. We just had the departure of Qatar Airways with its special livery, UEFA Champions League livery. And it departed a few minutes ago, about half an hour ago, to Doha, Qatar as flight VA1. And we await Emirates later today with their Wimbledon livery that's going to come in from Christchurch. And we have another star over here. Look at what we have. Quarter service Airbus A380. Sydney to Singapore. How good is that? So we have two back-to-back A380 departures. Hey Jeff, the Qantas A380 doesn't fly anymore to London as per my understanding. It used to do it earlier. I'm not too sure, because what really happened in between is they had discontinued the A380 service to London. I haven't really gone back to check much. But if you know about it, please let me know. Oh yes, Damien, it's A380 time. You see a Qantas A380 on the left-hand side of the screen. On the right-hand side of the screen, you see Singapore Airlines A380. For one reason, if any of y'all may have noticed, Qantas always plans its departures around the time when other airlines plan their departures. If you see early morning, there'll be Cebu Pacific and Philippine Airlines coming in from Manila, and around the same time there's also Singapore Airlines. And there's also Qantas coming in from the same place, from Manila. Right now we see Singapore Airlines departing to Singapore, and then Qantas A380 right behind it to Singapore. So we have two Singapore services on an A380 in hardly like a separation of 5 to 7 minutes, I would say, by the time they arrive over there in Singapore. So it's a bit crazy. Regardless, it's going to be a great one for us to spot. We also have Speedbird, British Airways BA16 from Sydney to Singapore, and it's Boeing 777-300ER. So you see, we have a lot of Singapore services within a span of a few minutes. And here we have a Qantas Boeing 737. Yes, Jeff, Singapore is like a super popular place. You know, it's the best place for Australians to stop over, enjoy, have a great time, get a great taste of Asia. It's like you don't really need to go to many places in Asia if you're going to Singapore because it's such a multicultural place. So yeah, it's cool. Oh, thanks, Phil. Thanks for letting us know that the Qantas A380 operates to London. So there you go, Jeff. You got your answer. So Qantas still flies to London on their Airbus A380. I thought they would have discontinued it the last time when I heard about it, probably during COVID. But yeah, I didn't really keep in touch much with their news. All right, let's get ready for all of these departures. We should be having a great time. 2 A380s in one frame with a Boeing 737. Nice and tiny in front of those A380s. We're just awaiting takeoff clearance and it should be done. So yeah, let's go for it. All right, there you go, the Singapore Airlines Sydney to Singapore service on the Airbus A380 SQ222. Welcome everyone, thanks for joining the stream. I hope you're having a great time. That was great. We happened to see just the beginning of the rotation. It would be a bit too crazy to have the rotation that early. However, I think they would have used full thrust, probably because of the big long flight to Singapore. We now have the Qantas service to Singapore. Let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. Not too sure if we are waiting for any arrivals, but I don't think we are waiting for any. Probably just waiting for the separation because it's a large aircraft, and I'm not too sure how long the small Boeing 737 would have to wait after the Qantas A380 service. Let's go for it, and here we go. We have the Speedbird BA16 to Singapore. So we have 3 services in a row. We have had Singapore Airlines A380, which is a heavy to Singapore. Then we have on the right, as we pan the camera, bonus A380 service to Singapore, QF1. And then we have another heavy, not an A380 but a Boeing 777-300ER BA16 British Airways to Singapore. It's going to make its way to Singapore, stay there a couple of hours, and then onwards to London Heathrow. Let's get ready for the service to Singapore yet again, this time on the Qantas A380. Hello Debbie, hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for subscribing. I hope you're having a great Sunday afternoon. Thank you very much for subscribing. We plan to stream every weekend, almost every weekend. We do post a lot of aviation videos as well. So please join us. I hope you're having a great time. Hello everyone. Hello. Please welcome Debbie to our stream and to our channel. What a great stream today. We were able to spot Qantas QF1 to Singapore. Hey Jeff, so the reason why they actually do the same routes is because they do not want to lose the customers to any other airline, right? It always makes sense to them that they try getting as much as possible. And then also the fact that there are a lot of Australians who live in London. There are very many of them, very many. So it makes sense to Qantas to capture that market rather than losing it to Qatar Airways and Emirates, who literally use all of their A380 services to Dubai and Qatar, Doha, Qatar, and then onwards to anywhere in Asia and Europe. So it's all about the profit-making business. So yeah, they don't really want to lose out to any of the competitors. Thank you very much, Debbie. Thank you very much. We will be live streaming a lot more, hopefully. And Debbie, you're from Tampa, Florida. Wow. How good is that? How good is that, Debbie? I'm pleased to know you are from Florida. You're having a great Saturday evening. You know, Debbie, I follow a person called Joe Ratey with his YouTube channel, Ratey Rides, who is from Florida. Tell me about it. Tell me the Florida oranges are much better than anywhere else in the world. I will believe you and I will trust you on that one. I was earlier this year in New York and Los Angeles. I haven't been to Florida, but hopefully I could visit Florida someday in the future, perhaps early next year or mid next year. I'm not too sure, but I would love to also get a live stream out of Florida airport. Hopefully, you know, everything goes well. And yeah, maybe if I ever stream from Florida, come say hi to us. And yeah, it would be great to, you know, have a chat with all of you lovely people joining our stream. Debbie, I hope you're having a great time. I hope you're having a great Saturday night in Tampa, Florida. I think it's going to be slightly a bit cooler. Hopefully the government shutdown didn't really affect you much. Hopefully you weren't flying around these last few days. We did see it on the news that a lot of aircrafts, a lot of planes, a lot of flights had been delayed all across the United States, especially in Los Angeles and New York. Hopefully you weren't affected. Hopefully your family wasn't affected. But yeah, I do hope you and your family stay safe, have a great time. Hopefully you'll have a great winter and a great Christmas season. We are just about 39 days away from Christmas, and we will be bringing some crazy streams just before Christmas. We will be on holiday from 18th December onwards, but we will be doing some crazy Christmas streams just before Christmas. Hopefully you will like it. We also plan to do a couple of streams from Singapore airport whilst we are traveling. So stay tuned. Thank you very much. And everyone, please welcome Debbie. Please give her a warm welcome. It's glad to have our subscribers from the United States. We have a lot of subscribers from the United States, from New York, Los Angeles, from the Midwest, from East, from the South. It's always great to have people from the United States. Debbie, we had a couple of US flights take off earlier today to Houston, to San Francisco, Los Angeles. There were a couple of them, and yeah, we dedicate all of the US flights to you, Debbie. Thank you very much once again. Appreciate you joining our live stream. Alrighty, we now are going to have Jetstar, which is getting ready for its flight. It's taxiing. We should be able to see it anytime. And Jetstar Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. How good is that? For once, for those who look at the Boeing 787-9 or -10 Dreamliner, and then you come to see the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, it ends up looking quite small compared to the other aircraft, isn't it? So this Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner of Jetstar on flight JQ61 is making its way to the runway 34L, and it will be traveling to Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. And let's span our action and our attention to BA16 Boeing 777-300ER, which has just begun its takeoff roll for its flight to Singapore, and then onwards with a fresh crew and passengers onwards to London Heathrow, the United Kingdom. That seems to be a long takeoff roll. Probably they are quite heavy. But yeah, it's great we could at least capture much of the action. And now let's get ready for Jetstar's Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner to Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. We have a couple of heavies now departing. We also have Sydney to Abu Dhabi, EY451 on Etihad Airways Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. It has just pushed back Etihad Airways, so we should be able to see it shortly. At the same time, we also have Qantas QF43 on its Airbus A330-200 Sydney to Denpasar, getting ready for departure. We have Virgin Australia coming in from Brisbane anytime soon. Yeah, we can have a look at it nice and small on the screen. It should be in the next 1 minute or so. And after that, we will be having the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner of Jetstar departing to Ho Chi Minh City. Let's wait and watch. We are going to be having a couple of heavies right now. Etihad Airways, Airbus A330 of Qantas. It's going to be a fun evening. I hope the weather stays the same and we are able to bring all the action to you live here on Sydney Airport Aviation. We also have Texel Air, which is already made its turnaround. It had just arrived a couple of hours earlier from Auckland, and it's making its way to Auckland again on its Boeing 737-800. Hopefully they use runway 34L, which is the runway we are looking at right now, for all the departing and arriving aircraft, especially the heavies. So if they use that aircraft, we'll get a very clean and good look of Texel Air. We did get a good look of it when it arrived earlier today. But as usual, we just love spotting these planes more and more. It's always fun for us. And this is Virgin Australia that has just come in from Brisbane. And we leave our camera just around the corner over here because we will soon be having Qatar Airways QF43 Sydney to Denpasar on their Airbus A330-200. It's just taxiing around, but we also need to be a bit attentive because we don't want to miss the takeoff roll of Jetstar's Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner to Ho Chi Minh City. Oh wow, thanks Mac. Good to know Air New Zealand will also be flying in over there. I'm pretty sure Air New Zealand will ramp up its services like crazy to get a good share of the market early on. And the A330 is taking a while, so let's pan around for the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner to Ho Chi Minh City. Captured that, and then let's get to this one, Qantas A330. Let's fly to Denpasar, QF43. Making its long way to runway 34L. Won't be too long before it takes off because we are light on arrivals as of now, but hopefully later on it's going to go a bit crazy, and we want that crazy time because that's all the stream is all about. We need that crazy planes coming in. We need it to be quite busy. So QF43 to Denpasar, A330. We have Etihad Airways soon following. We also have a couple of other airlines that would get ready. We have Air Texel, but we aren't too sure which runway it's going to be using for its flight to Auckland. Hopefully it uses runway 34L. That's going to be quite helpful to all of us. And we get an arrival from Brisbane. Hello, Sil. Hello, Sil. Hello, Sil from Germany. Hello, I'm guessing it's very early morning in Germany. Oh, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. We are pleased to have you on the stream from so far away in Germany. Hey, Sil, I would love Lufthansa to fly over here to Australia. Sadly, Lufthansa doesn't fly, but still, we are planning to travel to Germany in a short time. I don't know, in the next few months. What we exactly want to do is we want to fly on Lufthansa's Boeing 747-400. As you know, the 747-400 is the one that will be retired in the next few years. Lufthansa has already hinted about it quite many times, and we don't really want to miss out on the Boeing 747-400. So what we plan to do is take a flight from Singapore Changi International Airport, because there's a daily service, a daily midnight service to Frankfurt, and it reaches Frankfurt early morning after a 12-hour journey, accounting for the time differences. And we plan to take the very same flight to Singapore and then onwards to Sydney, because we want to capture and film the 747-400 experience. Yes, Frankfurt is the queen. 747-400 is the queen of the skies. Rightly said, very rightly said. And we plan to bring you that flight over here on Sydney Airport Aviation. We will be filming our experience on the 747-400. It's going to be our first time, and it's going to be fun. That's an early rotation. And this is Etihad's Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. For all those of you who love the 787-9 Dreamliner, here you are on the screen. Jeff, if you're around, you have it here. Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, nice and golden of Etihad Airways. Good afternoon, expat Jimmy. Good afternoon. Welcome. Yes, Jeff. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I'm glad you're having a good time with the 787-9 Dreamliners. Hey, Jeff, if you're free, I hope you can join us next Sunday morning. I will be here for the first arrival in the morning, quite early in the morning. As you know, Sydney airport is super crazy with its heavy early morning arrivals. I will be here before 6 in the morning, and you'll get to see quite a lot of 787-9 Dreamliners coming in with most likely Japan Airlines, LATAM. There is also United. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. I hope you're able to join the stream next Saturday morning. We hope to see you. And let's just pan around for a bit to get the new livery of Jetstar. This is the new livery. Seems quite good and bright. Apparently, Jetstar seems to have said that using this livery on their aircraft does save quite a bit of fuel for them because it's much lighter, and that's a result. Hey Jeff, I most likely would be filming next Sunday morning. But I'm not too sure about Saturday morning yet, but Sunday for sure, 100%. We will be filming early morning. We'll be catching the first arrivals and we'll be here until noon time. So yeah, please make sure you join the stream. We will be getting some really good action. We'll be joining from this very same place that we are at right now. The sun does create a bit of silhouette whilst we filming, but yeah, thank you very much. Hope to see you there. Oh, Jeff, we will be here before 6. We will come here to this place before 6 in the morning. I will also be scheduling the live stream, and you'll be getting a notification of it anyway. So don't stress too much, but regardless, if you don't see the notification, we will be just a bit before 6 a.m. in the morning. So you will be getting all the arrivals from Singapore Airlines A380. You'll be getting the Qatar Airways Boeing 777. We'll be also getting Etihad Airways Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, the very same one that you see on the screen right now that's making its way back to Abu Dhabi. It arrives early in the morning, so we'll be there. We'll be getting quite a lot of arrivals from Dallas Fort Worth on Qantas A380. We'll be getting Qantas A380 from Los Angeles. We'll be getting a couple of 787-9 from Qantas that comes in from Santiago, I guess. I can't really recollect, but yeah, there's 787-9 Dreamline of Qantas at that time. So there's a lot of action that's going to happen next week, next Sunday morning. Please join us. I'm glad you'll be joining us. Hopefully your sleep doesn't get disturbed. Maybe have an early Saturday night sleep. And yeah, I wish you a great week though. But yeah, stay tuned right now. We are having the 787-9 Dreamliner of Etihad Airways that will soon be taking off for its 14.5-hour flight to Abu Dhabi. And let's pan back and direct our attention to the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of Etihad Airways for its flight to Abu Dhabi.
The ground is spiky and it's hot at the same time.
In about 5 minutes, we will also be having Emirates Sky Cargo coming in from Singapore. It's the Boeing 777. It's going to be great to spot that one too. Let's look at it. Let's see what's happening. I think we are just making way for Link Airways Canberra to Sydney service on its Saab 340B Plus before the takeoff to Abu Dhabi. All right, here we go. This is the flight we were waiting for before the 787-9 departure. The Saab 340B Plus that's coming from Canberra. Hey JP, welcome to the stream. New Zealand is a great place, yes. I hope you spot even from New Zealand. I would guess so, because you have quite a lot of planes in New Zealand that isn't that don't really fly to Australia. So I hope you have a great time in South Island. I'm pretty sure South Island is a great place. I've only heard about it from my work colleagues. Hey Kai, welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a great time. We are here to spot a few heavies and take it from there. What we see on screen right now is Etihad Airways EY451 Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner to Abu Dhabi, getting ready for its 14.5-hour flight. How good is that? It's going to reach Abu Dhabi tomorrow morning about 7 o'clock or just past 7. And that is when most of us, or at least some of us, will be at work. So let's catch the plane. And here you are. The takeoff roll has begun. Jeff, I hope you're enjoying. This is the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, your favorite airplane. And a lot of us do like the 787-9 Dreamliner. That's it, takeoff done. Let's get ready for an arrival. That's Emirates Sky Cargo coming in from Singapore.
Oh, is that Tesla? Wait, Pulsar.
All right, here we go, Emirates Sky Cargo.
Can you guys mind the gear? Is that alright? Yeah.
And let's pan back. We had Texel Air that just took off from runway 34 right whilst we were waiting the Boeing 777 cargo flight of Emirates Sky Cargo. But that's not a problem because we did happen to catch it earlier. So hopefully we get some other heavy aircraft or perhaps something else that's new that we haven't really seen before. Right now we do have Qantas service to Brisbane. Should be taking off anytime soon, but probably making way for Qantas service from Adelaide on its Boeing 737-800. So we'll be able to see the arrival from Adelaide and then the departure to Brisbane. So we can see on screen a flight landing, and that's the service from Brisbane on Qantas's Boeing 737-800. And you also see just at holding point, the Boeing 737-800 again of Qantas for its service to Brisbane. Sorry, the arrival is from Adelaide. We have a lot of aircraft actually coming in from the domestic terminal, then crossing the active runway, and then making their way to runway 34R. Of course, 34L. Of course, it's a lot more time saving for them rather than going through the whole length of the runway at runway 16R onwards to runway 34, from runway 16L to runway 34R. So it saves a lot of fuel at the same time. It's a lot of savings in terms of fuel as well. Fuel savings and time savings, so works out well for everyone. Right, here we have the service to Brisbane. Lovely. Now we have an arrival. Let's look at the arrival. Jetstar arriving from Melbourne Avalon Airport on its Airbus A320. And touchdown. This is the service from Melbourne's Avalon Airport on the Airbus A320 of Jetstar JQ610. welcome to everyone who has just joined the stream from near and far, from the world all around, from all the continents that they are. Thank you very much for joining us on this live stream. We hope you're having a great time. If you're enjoying this live stream, please just hit the like button, share this channel with your mates, and at the same time, subscribe, because we keep posting a lot of videos. We are going to post the Boeing 747-400 very soon. When I say very soon, that's in a few months from now. We also are going to be filming live, going to be streaming live from Tokyo Haneda Airport sometime next year. We will also be filming from perhaps the United States. All this still has to be finalized, but we do have plans and we hope to bring them all to fruition very soon. That's an early rotation. How good is that? It's like one after another. There's aircraft coming in, and this is Sydney Airport, quite busy even when it is not. Usually, this is considered off-peak time in Sydney when there's that many aircraft. So you see, Sydney is like a bit too crazy. What we see on screen is Jetstar's Airbus A380 coming in from Hervey Bay, JQ891. Let's get ready. And there you are. Hey HAL, yes, you can't really film in the US unless you have prior approval. That's something we really need to be working around. You know, this news made quite a headline here in Australia and elsewhere in the world. And yeah, hopefully, you know, we go quite well with the approvals. It's going to be an extra work for us to be applying for approvals and getting that one through. But hopefully, you know, everything can go quite well. We don't really want to be entangled in any legal issues or whatsoever, you know, because we always want to follow the rules and stuff like that. But yes, I pretty much understand filming in the United States is a slightly bit more tricky, I would say, just because, you know, you have to get approvals and stuff like that. So yeah, very well appreciate your advice, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And we have a Boeing 737 again coming in from the domestic terminal and then making its way to runway 34L for departure. This is the Sydney to Adelaide service. We are expecting a Queenstown service from Queenstown to Sydney on the Boeing 737-800 from Virgin Australia, and that is what will just be landing in the next minute. And there you see the Queenstown service just arriving. Such a nice landing and great to see the thrust reversers deployed. We get a very good view. And back to all the planes that we need to spot. It's a nice and clear day. And we have the Boeing 737-800 service to Adelaide. Getting ready for takeoff. In a few minutes, we will also be having DHL coming in from Hong Kong, which is operated by Air Hong Kong. It's an Airbus A330 that's converted to a freighter from a passenger aircraft. But that's in a while, should be about 7 to 8 minutes before it arrives. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the Adelaide service, the takeoff roll. That was a great one. Now let's just wait. I'm not too sure if there's anything coming in before the DHL, but hopefully we should be able to see something. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are just awaiting a couple of heavy arrivals and departures. We are expecting DHL to come in here anytime. And this is the DHL service from Hong Kong, which is operated again by Air Hong Kong. We do have Virgin Australia coming in before that from Melbourne. That's the one we see on the screen. Let's have a look at the arrivals again. Melbourne to Sydney, Sydney to Melbourne. This is one of the busiest routes. In fact, it is the busiest routes in all of Australia. There are very many services all throughout the day, And here we go, let's catch the touchdown. There you are, there you go, that's the touchdown. Hello, M. Baker, hello. Hello from South Australia. Hello. I hope you're having a great time. I hope you're enjoying the summer in South Australia. We had quite a lot of flights coming in from Adelaide, as well as quite a lot of them that departed to Adelaide. So yeah, very nice to have you on this live stream, Baker. Very nice. Appreciate you joining this live stream. I hope you enjoy watching. We live stream almost every other weekend, so I'm hoping you have a great time. And if you enjoy the stream, please make sure you give it a like as well as subscribe to our channel. We post a lot of aviation content. We have a lot of aviation content coming up next year. Mid of next year, early next year is when we plan to live stream from Tokyo Haneda. We plan to live stream from somewhere in the United States. So there's a lot of things that's planned. I hope you really have a good time. All right, guys, welcome to the stream. I hope you all are having a great Sunday afternoon. We are almost reaching Sunday evening, and I hope you all have had a great weekend so far. We are just awaiting the DHL flight. The DHL one is the one we are a bit crazy about because it's an Airbus A330-300 that's converted from a passenger aircraft to a freighter one. So it's going to be good to have a look at it. Alrighty, we can now see it in the clear sky. Hopefully we can capture it on camera. Let's pan around and try getting the DHL freighter aircraft. And there you go, there we spot it. That's the Airbus A330-300 passenger converted to a freighter aircraft operated by Air Hong Kong. This DHL flight is coming in from Hong Kong, registered as BLDZ. If you don't know, registrations which have the prefix as B are the Chinese registered aircraft. And that includes Hong Kong as well. For registrations is what we are talking about. And here you are, almost touchdown time. Great to have a nice livery over here, something nice, something great. Hey Jeff, it's sort of a recreational area. People love coming over here for skiing, for boating. People even get their horses early in the morning and they would be having a nice time on the beach along with their horses. Oh yes, it's crazy. Anyone is free to come over here. And here you go, Air Hong Kong, the DHL. Can you imagine this plane carried a lot of passengers in the earlier years? Alrighty, at the Virgin Australia. And right now seems to be a quiet time. However, we will be having Singapore Airlines Airbus A350 coming in the next 20 minutes. It's going to be a great one. We also have Qantas service QF595 coming in from the Gold Coast. There's pretty much a lot of departures and arrivals at this moment. In the next hour or so is when we will be getting a lot of heavy arrivals. There's FedEx coming in the next half an hour from Oakland. This is a regular service, FedEx Boeing 777, but we aren't too sure which runway they will be using. They sometimes use runway 34R, sometimes they use runway 34L. So it just remains to be seen. And we have Jetstar over here. If you have just joined the live stream, welcome everyone. We are just right now in a lull period at Sydney Airport. We do have arrivals and departures, but they seem to be mostly domestic. However, we are very near to the evening crazy arrivals and departures time. It's going to be a bit crazy when we have the three Arabic brothers, that's the Emirates, Etihad, as well as Qatar Airways coming in from their respective places, that is Dubai, Abu Dhabi and Doha. All right, as we pan around and we see nothing coming in, but we do have Singapore Airlines coming in shortly in around 15 minutes from now. We have Virgin Australia just around the corner, another Adelaide service on its Boeing 737-700. Let's wait and watch. We should be able to get that one on screen. Hey Jack, hope you're having a great time. Where are you? Wave, and we will try spotting you, Jack. Hey Maths, hope you're having a great Sunday afternoon. All we are doing is awaiting a few heavy arrivals. And those few heavy arrivals are going to be the stars of the show. We are waiting for two of Emirates arrivals. One is the Wimbledon livery, one is just the regular service from Dubai. The Wimbledon livery comes in from Christchurch, that came in earlier this morning to Sydney from Dubai. Then about 9:15 a.m. it departed to Christchurch on its usual route as EK412. Now it comes from Christchurch as EK413 in the evening and then continues with the same flight number onwards to Dubai on its 14.5-hour flight. It leaves from here late evening, and reaches Dubai early tomorrow morning. We are Virgin Australia from Adelaide. Get ready guys, get ready. If you all have just joined, welcome to the stream. We are in a lull period as of now. We do have a couple of aircraft departing and arriving, and they are mostly domestic arrivals, domestic departures. But we are going to have Singapore Airlines Airbus A350 that arrives shortly in the next few minutes. I think it's about 10 minutes from now. Hello, Robbie. Hello. You're from Northern California. Hopefully, you're having a great time. Hopefully, you're having a great time. It's just 10:20 in the morning, I suppose, or perhaps 10:20 in the evening. Yeah, it is 10:20 in the evening in California. How are you, Robbie? Hope you're having a great Saturday evening. It's always great to be in California. Yeah, Robbie, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you're fine. I'm glad. Hopefully, you're going to have a great winter and a great Christmas season. Robbie, as a matter of fact, I just wanted to share this with you. I have always loved aviation, and I always wanted to visit the place where you spot planes at Los Angeles Airport. And I was glad and I'm lucky enough to have done it earlier this year. Earlier this year, I started with spotting planes just outside In-N-Out Burger at Los Angeles Airport. And I tell you, Los Angeles is great. It's lovely, lovely. Thank you, Robbie. Thanks for supporting me. I appreciate your help. In return, what we will do is we'll provide you the best entertainment that we can through live streams as well as through videos and shorts. Thank you very much. Hello, Maps. Hello from Brazil. Oh, Brazil. You're going to be having a great time in Brazil. I'm guessing it's winter in Brazil right now, and or perhaps summer in Brazil because it's in the southern hemisphere. Hopefully, you're having a great time, Maps. Take care of yourself. Have a great weekend. Have a great Saturday night. Oh yes, LA is in Southern California. Yep, and you mentioned Northern California. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, I was pretty much close to you regardless. The fact that I was in the same state. But yeah, I do plan to visit Northern California as well. Hopefully next year or so. I'm not too sure when. I haven't really decided. We haven't really planned much. But yeah, let's see how things work out. Hopefully everything works out. Hello, delayed Runway is official. Wow, that was nice. That's a nice username. Welcome to our channel. Do you also live stream? Do you post videos and pictures of planes? What exactly do you do? It seems to be like you're one of the aviation guys who love aviation. Share with us, mate. Share with us. Hey, Robbie, I usually stream on the weekends. That is on either Saturday or Sunday. Our next live stream has already been planned for next Sunday morning at 6 a.m. Australian time, which is about I would say Friday afternoon, 12. I would say Friday afternoon or perhaps Friday morning, 11 o'clock Los Angeles time. That is when our next live stream will be posted. Because as you know, or if you don't know, it's just that Sydney Airport has a lot of crazy departures and arrivals happening early morning because Sydney has a night curfew. So as soon as the clock strikes about 5, there'll be a couple of aircraft arriving and departing under curfew regulations, which is regulated. But however, at 6, when the curfew is all done and dusted, there'll be crazy arrivals and departures, and that's when we start. That's when we plan to start. So hopefully, I can see you Friday, 11 o'clock California time. Hey, Nefts, I didn't know there's a 12-hour difference between Brazil and Sydney, Australia. So I'm guessing Rio de Janeiro has a 12-hour difference. Great to know. Great to know. Thank you very much. Thanks for letting us know. All right, we have an aircraft over here coming in. Virgin Australia from Melbourne. How good is that? Thanks, mate. Thanks, Robbie. Have a great time. Have a great sleep. And I wish you a great Sunday. Have a nice time and see you soon. See you soon. Thanks, Hal. Thanks for joining. I hope you have a great time too and a great rest of your weekend. Hope to see you in the next stream, which is next Sunday morning. Welcome everyone. Welcome to who have just joined right now. We are going to get about one or two arrivals on runway 34L before a heavy arrival, that is Singapore Airlines SQ. Hey Robbie, thank you. Thank you. See you at the next stream next weekend. Have a great time and stay safe, mate. Stay safe. Say hi to your family from us at Sydney Airport Aviation. And one plane out of sight, out of mind, and then we have another one. Here you are. That's the service from Melbourne. Yet again, a lot of Melbourne services. And no complaints whatsoever. It's one of the busiest routes here in Australia. In fact, the busiest. We have Jetstar, and that's flying off, landing runway 34R. The service is from the Sunshine Coast. But what we are waiting for right now is Singapore Airlines SQ241 coming in from Singapore. That's the Airbus A350. We already spotted in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you have just joined our live stream, what we see on screen is SQ241 coming in from Singapore on the Airbus A350 Singapore Airlines, registered as 9VSMT. I hope you all are having a great time. If you all are enjoying this live stream, please make sure to give it a like, subscribe to the channel, also share it with your mates. We live stream every weekend, almost every weekend to be precise. And as we approach December, as we approach the Christmas season, we plan to do a few consecutive live streams on certain days. We'll be posting our schedule very soon. So hopefully you'll enjoy it and have a good time. I hope you'll are having a great Sunday afternoon. And there you go, Singapore Airlines SQ241. That was SQ241 that just came in from Singapore and is going to be departing to Singapore shortly after, I think, about 7 p.m. local Australian time. And great news, guys, we will be having FedEx that will be landing on runway 34L. That's the closest runway to us. So great news for all of us. Coming in on runway 34L right now, Perth to Sydney service on the Boeing 737 MAX 8 of Virgin Australia. There's a lot happening today. And we are just getting ready. In about the next hour, we'll be having some crazy arrivals. We are also getting FedEx Boeing 777, the cargo flight, arriving in Sydney in the next 5 minutes. We have Qatar Airways coming in from Doha on the Airbus A380 in less than 25 minutes from now. We also have Scoot coming in 42 minutes. How good is that? We have pretty much a lot of aircraft at this stage.
The idea is you want me to get at first. So the story basically is kick off the Emirates Wimbledon. And you pop up on this map.
And we see Jetstar making its way to the runway. We have also Emirates coming in from Dubai in around 46 minutes from now.
Let's see how. Yes.
And here we go. Let's look at the departure.
So the plane secretly getting this up.
Hey Basil, I wish you a safe trip. I wish you a safe trip for tomorrow. It's going to be a lovely flight though. I hope you have a great trip. And you see, it's a clear day. Let's get ready for this departure now. That's Jetstar Sydney to Adelaide with the Flying with Pride livery. Flying with Pride. Airbus A320-200. Let's have a closer look at the Flying with Pride livery.
Yeah, exactly.
How good was that? We couldn't really distinguish much of the Flying with Pride livery because of the sun shining on the side of the plane. But usually it's a bit of different colors and it's quite colorful. We now have the Boeing 737-800 coming in from Darwin of Qantas QF841. Alrighty, everyone, we have FedEx coming in shortly in 3 minutes. FX73 on its Boeing 777. That's a cargo flight that comes in from Oakland. And if we pan around, we should be able to see it. Hopefully, we can capture it on camera. And yeah, here you go. Welcome everyone to all who have just joined the stream. We are waiting for a couple of heavy arrivals. We see one on the screen right now. It should be on the ground in the next minute or so.
I've always had a back like that. It's just like
Yeah, you are FedEx from Oakland.
yeah.
We are now entering the lull period once again before we get Qatar Airways and a few other aircraft. But meanwhile, whilst these aircraft taxi to the runway, let's look around. And we have Virgin Australia crossing the active runway, runway 16, runway 34, and onwards to the other side to taxi to runway 34L. Righty guys, we have Jetstar. All right, we have a Dash 8 coming in. It's about a quiet time right now, so let's just relax a bit before the afternoon, before the late afternoon, early evening action begins. Oh, in the background we see a takeoff as well. Wow, how good is that? Span our way all across the runway. Let's get ready. That's a very early rotation. And we still have another departure. That is Jetstar. Just waiting for the arrival Qantas link. Once Qantas link arrives from Canberra on QLK 1450, that's when Jetstar, which is just holding off runway 34L, will depart. That's JQ37 Sydney to Denpasar on the Airbus A321-200 NXLR. Let's capture this arrival. There you are. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to everyone who has joined us on the stream. We are 4 hours and 15 minutes into this flight, almost 4 hours and 15 minutes, and into this live stream, sorry. And we are waiting for a couple of heavy departures and arrivals. We've had quite a lot of them earlier today. We will be having quite a few of them later today. Hopefully everything goes well. I hope y'all are having a great Sunday late afternoon and into the evening. It's 5:46 p.m. here at the moment in Sydney. Panning our way all across to spot the Jetstar service to Denpasar, which will be departing anytime now. Now that it's on the runway, it should begin its takeoff roll. We have Qantas QF11 on the Airbus A380 to Los Angeles. It is just about taxi time for it. We also have Sri Lankan Airlines UL607, which has just pushed back for its flight to Colombo. And that's an Airbus A330. So we do have a couple of heavy departures right now. We should be able to get Virgin Australia taxiing. It's a Sydney to Denpasar flight on the Boeing 737 MAX 8. Oh yes, Jeff, yes. The thing is, Qantas hasn't really painted any of their A380s in special liveries. What they did is they did paint their 787s with special liveries. Then you have Qantas Link again with a couple of Aboriginal liveries, the greenish color. You have the 737 in the Menduji livery. Then you have the retro livery again on the Qantas Boeing 737-800. But we don't really have any of the A380s with special livery, and hopefully they could get some special liveries on the A380. They could have probably done it when they got a few of their A380s refurbished and retrofitted during COVID, and just towards the end of COVID. But sadly, they didn't. Not too sure if they would be painting any special liveries anytime soon. The fact that they plan to keep their A380s with them for quite some time, I would expect either 1, 2, or perhaps even 3 or 4 of them to be painted in a nice special livery for the time that they are going to be in operation with Qantas. Okay, the flight that we see that is just about to land on runway 34L is Rex coming in from Griffith. And it is the shark cage diving livery. I think we already have the video of the shark cage diving livery on our channel. And if you want to have a look, please have a look today after the stream. We still have a little less than 2 hours to stream today. It's been quite a tiring day, but we are here for you, for all the entertainment, for all the heavy planes, for all the departures, all the arrivals. Shark cage diving livery of Rex coming in from Griffith. I'm glad we could spot this one on our live stream today. And then let's get ready for the Boeing 737 service to Denpasar. It's the Boeing 737 MAX 8 Virgin Australia VA65. On its takeoff roll. And lucky to get the early rotation, wheels up. But we have the bushes, so it literally spoils the plan anyway. We have on screen Anigini coming in from Port Moresby on the Boeing 737-800. And let's turn our attention to the takeoff over here. That's Rex. Sorry that I mentioned takeoff. It's not a takeoff, it's a landing. It's just arrived from Maruia. Rex Saab 340B. Not the plus, just Saab 340B. And now let's get going with all the heavies. We have one of the heavies coming in now. Let's see if we can spot it. There you go. No prizes for guessing. What you see on screen is an Airbus A380. What you see on screen at this time of the day, 5:53 in the evening during Australian summertime, it has to be a Qatar A380 coming in from Doha after a 12-hour and 57-minute flight. Usually the journey from Sydney to Doha would be about 14 hours and 40 minutes, 14 hours and 30 minutes odd. But whilst coming, it's pretty easy and short, 12 hours and 57 minutes. How good is that? Registered as A7APD. Hopefully we get a nice touchdown, because just passing on my left hand side is Sri Lankan Airlines Airbus A330, and we should get a nice touchdown. Hopefully get some smoke. Yeah, we did get some smoke. Thanks, Geoff. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope you had a really great time over here on the stream. See you next Sunday morning, 6 a.m. Sydney time. Qatar Airways from Doha on its Airbus A380 after a 12-hour and 57-minute flight with its thrust reversers deployed. And we will now go to Sri Lankan Airlines Airbus A330-300. We happened to capture Sri Lankan Airlines earlier today when it came in from Colombo after a 9-hour flight, about 9-hour and 15 minutes flight, and now we capture it again, taxiing for its departure to Colombo once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have QF11 that's just started its taxi, and it's going to be flying to Los Angeles, California, in the United States of America. We have another Melbourne service coming in before the departure to Colombo. That's a great arrival on a Boeing 737 from Melbourne. And now we see Sri Lankan Airlines just getting ready for its departure to Colombo off the runway, just holding point. And here you go, we have QF11. This is the service to Los Angeles. Look at the size difference with an A380 and a Saab. And the Boeing 737 didn't need the whole length of the runway, so they were just asked to take off from earlier. Of course, operational requirements, they meet it, so they don't need it. And then we have Sri Lankan Airlines coming in on its way to Colombo, and another 9.5-hour flight. Hey Oscar, hello, welcome to the stream. We hope you're having a great weekend and especially a great Sunday evening. I hope you've had a great weekend until now. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours for now, and it's just a lull period here at Sydney Airport. There's not much happening. We just had Sri Lankan Airlines taking off a minute ago to Colombo on its 9.5 hour flight, and at the same time we have Qantas 11 flight to Los Angeles, which is on the screen right now. Hey Oscar, I didn't actually do it during the week because the previous week when we had a chat, I think about 2 weeks ago, that's when the weather wasn't quite good and we couldn't do it. And since then, the last week was quite a busy one for all of us, so we couldn't do it. I'm not too sure if we end up doing it this week, but let's see. We wouldn't be saying no, but then at the same time, we wouldn't able to even confirm that we can do it because we've been quite a bit busy. But yeah, let's see. Let us see how things work out. Hey Oscar, we wouldn't able to do the static stream today because we are going to be here for quite some time. Unless weather has other plans, we would be here. We are trying to capture a bit of heavies. We've got the heavy A380 from Qatar Airways. We are planning to get a couple of more from Emirates. We are also waiting for Etihad's service from Abu Dhabi. So we are waiting here for some time. But no, Sid Squad isn't here today. Sid Squad isn't here. Usually they don't really do it from here. They do stream from other places, I would say. Nope, there's no one over here. There's no one. It's just people coming in here to have a look at different planes, and that's all actually. That's all. All right, on screen we have QF11, the service to Los Angeles on Qantas's Airbus A380. Hey mate, nope, there's no one around here. There's no one from the team. It's just us over here, Team Sydney Airport Aviation, but no one else over here. It's all about Sydney Airport Aviation and nothing else as of today, just Sydney Airport Aviation. And we have another aircraft coming in. Qantas 787-9 Dreamliner from Perth, QF34. Here you are. A heavy arrival from Perth, QF-34 on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of Qantas. Hey Oscar, as you see, the place that we are at today, we do not have a view of the ATC tower because there's these bushes. We are quite close to the beach. If I can pan my camera around and show you, and here you go, we are quite close to the beach, and the ATC tower is just behind these bushes, and there's no way we would able to spot the ATC tower as of now because of our location of filming. All right, guys, let's enjoy the stream. We have DR12 coming in from Singapore. That's Scoot Airlines. Sorry, mate. Sorry, Oscar. We wouldn't able to move around because we are set up on a tripod. It's going to be quite a hassle, and it's going to affect the stability of the stream. So we can't really move around. Surely, Oscar, what I can do is I can show you the ATC tower next week when we stream, if we happen to get another place. But as of now, this is all that we have. Sorry, Oscar, we weren't able to do it, but yeah, we will try showing it. Or perhaps what you could do is, if you visit one of our previous live stream from earlier last week, you will be able to see one over there. No, sorry, unless we had a really good location, because what happens right now is it's quite busy, so we are not able to do it. Sorry, Oscar, I still wouldn't able to do it because we are actually quite busy. For want of time, we aren't able to schedule something at Shep's Mound at this stage. Nah, it's all fine. It's all fine, Oscar. All good. It's not about the money. It's not about the super chat. It's not about that. It's just, our scheduling has been very tight, very busy. So we try getting everything done for most of our viewers, and that's how it is at this stage. However, next Sunday we will try getting a better location if it allows us, and then we will try spotting the ATC. Alrighty, guys, we have Qantas freight coming in from Shanghai on an Airbus A330-200, which is a passenger aircraft converted to a freighter. VHEBE on flight QF7534. It's going to be fun to spot this one. Let's have a look. Hey Zenman, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the stream. We are waiting a few heavy arrivals like the one you see right now, A330-200 freighter, but we are also waiting for the Emirates A380. Hello, Hazel. Hello. Welcome from. You are from the UK. Wow. Welcome from Rockshire. Hope you're having a great Sunday morning, Hazel. You just missed out, Hazel, on the British Airways BA16, which flew from Sydney to Singapore and then Singapore onwards to London Heathrow. We would have dedicated that flight to you, Hazel, but nevertheless, you are welcome on our stream. Thank you very much for joining us. We are waiting a couple of heavy arrivals. We have had quite a lot of them. We just had a heavy departure to Los Angeles on QF11 on the Airbus A380. However, we are waiting for the Arabic brothers, that's Emirates and Etihad. We just had Qatar Airways A380 come in a few minutes ago. And I think we are going to have an Airbus A380 as per what I see right now. And yeah, that is an EK416 service from Dubai on the Emirates A380, 12 hours and 33 minutes. That's pretty fast time, pretty early time to reach from Dubai, just 12 hours and 33 minutes. That's an understatement. I'm enjoying it regardless. Hey Aviation Kid, hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a great Sunday. I hope you've had a great weekend until now. We've been streaming for quite some time. I would say it's 4 hours and 47 minutes, 44 minutes right now. Yes, Aviation Kid, it's an Airbus A380 of Emirates coming in from Dubai, EK416. One of two Emirates A380 that arrives Sydney every day. This one's from Dubai. The other one is coming in from Christchurch with the Wimbledon livery, and that's what we are waiting for. Let's enjoy, guys. Let's enjoy. If you're enjoying the stream, you know what to do. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, share it with your mates. Join us on another live stream next Sunday morning at 6 for the crazy peak morning sessions. Here you are, Airbus A380 of Emirates arriving on runway 34L from Dubai. Hey Aviation Kid, we did have an A350 of Singapore Airlines that came in earlier today. I'm not too sure if there's any other A350s coming in as of now, but hopefully if there's any, I'm going to be catching it regardless. So let me know, comment down and let me know. Yeah, that was a butter smooth landing. Thank you, Hazel. Appreciate your like and your subscription. Appreciate it. We hope you enjoy coming to our channel. We have a lot of videos posted of planes on the channel, and it's been great sharing different airlines, etc. Since you are from the UK, please go have a look at British Airways flight that we posted on our channel. Hopefully you enjoy it, and I hope you could join our live stream next Sunday morning, 6 a.m. Sydney time. So I'm guessing it's going to be early to late, perhaps late evening, Saturday night next week. Hopefully, if it's too cold in Yorkshire, you could just stay in, get nice and warm, have a nice dinner, and watch our stream on TV. That's the best way. Hey, aviation kid, I wish you all the best to build a model of Sydney Airport. I'm pretty sure that's not easy. So I hope you're quite successful. But please let us know when you complete it. Send across pictures. It would be great to have a look at the model. Thank you, Zenman. Thank you very much. Appreciate your subscription. Appreciate everything you do. Appreciate you just coming in here on the stream and watching. That's all that matters to us. We just want people coming in over here, enjoying, having a look at what Sydney Airport is like, the day-to-day operations, the weather around Sydney Airport, and the usual operations at Sydney Airport. Sometimes it can get quite busy. Sometimes it can go into a lull. At the moment, we were in a lull for quite some time, but then it seems to be a few heavy arrivals coming in here and there. We are actually waiting for some other arrivals, but let's see how it goes. Hey, mate, aviation kid. It's great. It's great your dad is helping you. Pretty sure he'll be having a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge to share, as well as a lot of guidance. So I'm happy. I'm happy your dad is sharing a lot of things that he could with you, and at the same time, you get a lot of knowledge and the guidance. It's going to be a great time working with him. Say hi to your dad from all of us here at Sydney Airport Aviation. We hope to see your model soon. We wish you all the very best. Please follow us on Instagram. We have recently started the Instagram channel called Sydney Airport Aviation. And send across your pictures, tag us. We hope to see your model of Sydney Airport, and hopefully once you create Sydney Airport, we would like to see some more models as well. Perhaps another airport of your liking from around the world, or perhaps maybe a model of a plane that you would like. The possibilities are endless. So wishing you all the very best, aviation kid. Wishing you all the very, very, very best from us here at Sydney Airport Aviation. Hey, aviation kid, you can send us an email. It's a pretty simple email address. It's sydneyairportaviation@gmail.com. Alternatively, you can just post your pictures on Instagram if you would like to. And you can tag us on our channel. Again, that's Sydney Airport Aviation. It's a new channel. You'll able to find us. We hope to be posting a few pictures here and there in the next couple of days. So that's one good thing. Maybe give it a try. We have a New Zealand. And another arrival. That's about it. And let's get ready for Qantas's Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. And yep, there we have it on the right side of the screen. Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner QF104 of Qantas coming in from Honolulu, registered as VHZNN. Hey Zenman, yes, I'm glad you're good, as well as we are doing great. Thank you very much. Aviation Kid. Yeah, cool. I mean, whatever it is, your creations will be wonderful. That's the effort that goes into it. So I'm glad. And yes, we have a landing, Boeing 787-9 coming in from Honolulu, registered as VHZNN of Qantas. Hey, Aviation Kid, Geelong. Wow, such a nice place. I've had a couple of mates working with us from Geelong earlier. I'm glad you have joined us on the stream, Aviation Kid. I hope you have a great time. Yeah, Aviation Kid, yes, Qantas has quite a lot of 787s. I think the first 787 that got delivered to them was somewhere around 2016 or 2017 is what I would say. That's what I feel. And they do have a 787 that's also in special liveries, like the Qantas 100th year anniversary livery, and then you have the Yam Dreaming livery of Qantas 787. So there's a lot that they have, quite a lot of 787s. They use it on different routes. They use it to Honolulu, like the one you just saw. They use it to New Zealand. They use it to London. So what they do is they fly from Sydney to Perth, and then Perth onwards to London and Rome, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, they do have quite a lot of 787s. They also fly to somewhere in the United States. I'm not too sure which place, but they do. Earlier, I think it's just about a month or two ago, that Qantas restarted using their Airbus A380 for the Dallas-Fort Worth service. But since the reopening after COVID, Qantas was using the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner for its service to Dallas-Fort Worth. It's only recently that they have restarted the A380 service. All right, we have Qantas Link. Hey, Matthew Cooper. Hope you're having a wonderful day, a wonderful Sunday evening. And we hope you had a great weekend too.
Where are you going to walk to at the end?
Alrighty, let's get ready for a few arrivals. There's a few heavy arrivals coming in some time. We do have QF468, which is regular Sydney to Melbourne to Sydney service. But after that, we have the Turkish Airlines coming in from Kuala Lumpur, and that's what we are waiting for. Hey, aviation kid, cool. Enjoy your dinner. Have a great Sunday dinner. Have some great time with your family all around. Yeah, have a chat with them. Make some nice plans of building your model of Sydney Airport. We hope you have a great dinner. And thank you very much. Thanks for subscribing to our channel, Aviation Kid. We will be streaming once again next Sunday early morning to capture the arrivals and the departures, first arrivals and departures. So 6 a.m. is when we plan to be here once again, same place. So hopefully you'll be there. Oh yeah, the A220 aviation kid. Hopefully we can capture one of the A220s for you on this channel next week, and that is next Sunday on the stream. Hey, Aviation Kid, you have 100 subscribers. What do you post? What do you post on your channel? Do you post aviation pictures? Do you post something related to aviation, or do you post your progress on the building of the model aircraft? What do you exactly do on your channel? We would love to know. Please let everyone know. Maybe they could come over and subscribe to your channel, and you could get a bit of traction on your channel. Let's go to for Turkish Airlines. Turkish Airlines arriving now. We have Turkish Airlines TK174 coming in from Kuala Lumpur on its Airbus A330-900. We do have Qantas QF26, one of the heavies coming in from Tokyo Haneda. It's going to be a while, about 4 minutes. Before that, we may have 2 or 3 domestic arrivals from Virgin Australia. But ladies and gentlemen, if you are not aware, we are waiting for EK413 coming in from Christchurch, which has a Wimbledon livery. Hopefully we can capture it. It's going to be about 1 hour and 5 more minutes. So please stay tuned with us. Oh, that's lovely, Aviation Kid. Ships and aeroplanes and your model airport. That would be lovely. Hopefully we can have a look. What I will do is I'll try having a look during the week to your channel. We'll subscribe and we'll even leave a comment for you. We hope you enjoy. We're looking forward to seeing a lot more videos. I haven't been on your channel yet, but it sounds exciting. And yeah, let's see. Please post a lot more. Keep the updates coming. It would be great to learn a lot from you. Virgin Australia VA863 from Melbourne to Sydney on the Boeing 737-800. No, Aviation Kid, it's Boeing 737 as of now. This one is a 737 that you see on screen. We don't really have any 777s coming in as of now. We do have the A330. Oh yes, Aviation Kid, we just had a look at the A350 of Turkish Airlines that came about 2 minutes ago. Another Melbourne to Sydney service on Virgin Australia VA867. We have another 737. Let's watch it taxi. Hey, Aviation Kid. Hey. We hope you're enjoying the stream, Aviation Kid. We hope you're having a fun time this Sunday evening. Thanks, Aviation Kid. It's really good to hear from you and what you do. It's really good. I hope you have a great time and I wish you all the success in building your models. Oh, you went to the Gold Coast. How was Gold Coast? I'm pretty sure you may have enjoyed it quite a bit. Would have been quite exciting with lovely weather in the Gold Coast aviation kit. That would be nice. I'm glad you could go to the Gold Coast. Which airplane did you fly on? Did you fly on the Boeing 737 or perhaps the Airbus A320? All right, QF26 Qantas Airbus A330-300 coming in from Tokyo Haneda, registered as VHQPC. Hello, Savita. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us on this live stream today. What we see is QF26 from Tokyo Haneda, Japan. And nothing else coming in, but we are less than an hour away from the arrival of the Wimbledon livery of Emirates Airbus A380 on flight number EK413. We've been waiting for this aircraft for a while. Hey Savita, I would like to spot Air India 787. I did spot it earlier as well as we have posted it on. Hey Savita, I'm not too sure if you would have heard me. We had a bit of disturbance. Yes, I would like to spot Air India Boeing 787. We have posted a video of Air India's Boeing 787 earlier on our channel. Hopefully we can spot it live over here today. I'm not too sure if it's delayed, but I'm guessing it's not. And yeah, hopefully we can. I hope you have a great time, Savita. Enjoy the stream. Let's see if we can capture. Okay, aviation kid, good luck, good luck. Take care of yourself, enjoy your dinner, and see you on the next live stream next week. Have fun. Alright, what we see on screen is a Qantas flight coming in from Perth on the Boeing 737-800, and in the background you see another flight that is a Jetstar flight. Alright, just panning around to see. No action as of now, but soon there'll be a lot of action happening. Alrighty, Air India Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. I don't really know what's happening. It says departed 9 hours 2 minutes ago from somewhere. I don't know where. It's probably something messed up with the flight radar app. But yeah, let's see if Air India is going to land on runway 34L. We will be catching AI302 Air India. Savita, if you're on the stream, please have a look at your screen. We are going to capture Air India AI302 that's arriving into Sydney, and most possibly it would have departed from New Delhi, India. Hey Savita, I do think there is a glitch. I've spotted a helicopter many times, but I've never seen a helicopter land here at Sydney Airport. But I've spotted a helicopter very many times. I think there is a glitch in the app actually, and that's why the app says that the flight has departed from Sydney, which definitely is not the case. We all know that. Yes, you're right, Savita. Air India is on approach to runway 34L.
डोमेस्टिक प्लेन जेट बनाया हुआ है लैंड कर रहा है
And we have Air India AI302 from Delhi, India, on its Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, registered as VT-ANZ. Yes, Savita, it was beautiful to spot the Air India Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. Unfortunately, we wouldn't able to capture it depart Sydney because it will depart when it's dark, and by then we would have ended the stream. But thank you very much, Savita, for joining us to capture the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner of Air India. Hey Savita, let's wait for it. Let us see what time ANA and Malaysia Airlines arrives. Hopefully not too late. Hopefully it's not going to take much time. So Savita, if they're arriving in 1 hour, then sadly we may not able to catch it. But hopefully you would able to spot more of them, Malaysia Airlines as well as ANA early morning on our next Sunday arrival, because usually Malaysia Airlines has a lot of departures and arrivals during the day, and we did happen to capture Malaysia Airlines earlier today whilst departing. So what we can do is we can capture it for you next Sunday morning on the stream, as well as ANA, All Nippon Airways. We can capture it for you next Sunday morning when they come in early from Tokyo Haneda, and that would be the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Righty, what we have on screen is Virgin Australia coming in from Brisbane on the Boeing 737-800. It's about 6:57 p.m. and it seems to be it's getting darker. However, the sunset doesn't take place until about 7:37, so we still have 40 minutes of sunlight time. But if it gets too dark, we might as well just end the stream at that stage. But for now, we are still continuing. Here we have Virgin Australia, once again another Melbourne to Sydney service. Smoke the wheels on the runway as the touchdown occurred. This is Virgin Australia service from Brisbane. We don't see very many aircraft coming in at the moment. We do see one getting ready for takeoff. We have Qantas Link. Sydney to Albury. And one good news, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have UPS 34 coming in from Honolulu, and that's the Boeing 747-8. That's a cargo plane, and we are excited to capture it on our stream today. We will be having Qantas Link coming in from Canberra as QLK 1456 on the Dash 8 400. And we have Singapore Airlines taxiing to runway 34L for its flight to Singapore. And whilst we await for SQ242, we see Rex over here, just lined up on the runway. They don't really need the whole runway. And here you go, it begins its takeoff roll. Sydney to Griffith. And now we have SQ242 on the Airbus A350 Singapore Airlines flight to Singapore, registered as 9VSMT. Now it's Qantas QF 597 from the Gold Coast. And soon after these, we have the Boeing 747-8. Now we have UPS 747-8 coming in from Honolulu. It's the Boeing 747, Queen of the Skies. It's the cargo version, and it should be in 1 minute. We can already see it on screen. here we are. We have the 747-8 of UPS. How good is that? It's always a pleasure to have a look at the 747-8. Lovely. You see both the thrust reversers deployed, and I think they are used fully. Probably they're quite heavy coming in. Maybe a lot of cargo inside. We now have Virgin Australia, another service from Melbourne to Sydney, one of the busiest routes and the busiest route. In fact, I've kept saying it many times in my previous live streams. I've said it many times in this live stream as well. But regardless, it is always a pleasure to capture the busiest service in all of Australia. Thrust reversers off, and they will make their way and taxi off the runway at one of the exit points near Shep's Mound. That's just by the base of the air traffic control tower. All right, we can see high up in the air Qantas QF744 from Adelaide. QF744 from Adelaide. On finals, 1 more minute to arrive. Ladies and gentlemen, if you all have just logged in into the stream, if you all have just tuned in, and if you all are enjoying the stream, please give it a like. Let's try getting to 200 likes today. We are at number 197. Come on guys, hit that like button. Come on, let's get to it. It's all the motivation for us to keep bringing the live streams to you almost every other weekend. It's going to be fun. All right, we see Alliance Sydney to Townsville flight on the Embraer E190AR. Hey Damien, welcome back to the stream. Thank you very much for your likes, appreciate it. What we see is the Embraer E190AR Sydney to Townsville service. Thank you very much guys, we are at 198 likes, 2 more for 200. Come on, who is it who's enjoying the stream and hasn't hit that thumbs up button, the like button? Give it a like, come on. Give us the motivation to bring more live streams to you all every single weekend. right, we are getting ready for QF 1990 Alliance Airlines Sydney to Townsville service on the Embraer E190AR. Right, the takeoff roll has begun. Embraer Alliance Embraer E190AR for the first time on a live stream ever. Hello, Captain Steve Cranmer. Thanks for joining. We hope you're enjoying the stream. We do stream regularly and we'll be streaming again next Sunday morning, so hopefully you enjoy. Thank you very much for joining us. Hey Megan, welcome to the stream. We hope you're having a great Sunday evening. Hey Megan, we do have Emirates A380 coming in from Christchurch with the Wimbledon livery. It should be here in about the next 25 minutes, so that's something we are waiting for. Hopefully we have some great daylight by then. We do have DHL coming in from Hong Kong as well. That's the 767-300. Hey, yes, Damien, sadly we do not get as many A380s as we would have liked. It's like from quite a few operators, the Singapore Airlines and Qantas, who have a lot of their A380s. Asiana Airlines just gets one of the A380s every summer. And I don't think anyone else. It's Qatar Airways, one A380 per day. Sadly, we don't really get to see much action over here compared to maybe airports like Los Angeles. They are totally crazy. We happen to get Korean Airlines, Airbus A380. We don't even happen to see the Japanese airlines over here. Japan Airlines, ANA's A380 flying Hono, but then that's something a lot of people get to see. So you see, that's the thing. You've always got to go to different places like Tokyo, Haneda to spot planes, and hopefully we could do it early next year or whatever. We have the Christchurch service coming in 7 minutes with the Wimbledon livery, so stay tuned. What you see on screen right now is Jetstar Airbus A330-200 long range from Denpasar. Thank you very much everyone for the likes. We have reached 200 likes in today's stream. It's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of your likes, your kind comments. Appreciate you staying on the stream to watch this great live stream with all of us. This is Jetstar from Denpasar A321-200 long range. Oh yes, definitely, Damien. There would be a lot of sore heads, no doubt about that. We are trying to capture perhaps the Wimbledon livery A380, which is just flying about. And then it should fly back and then capture the glide slope and ILS before landing on runway 34L. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see on the screen is Emirates A380 EK413 service from Christchurch. It's going to be landing here in Sydney, pick a fresh set of crew, passengers, and then onwards to Dubai. And whilst Emirates gets ready for its arrival into Sydney, let us get ready to spot another plane over here. That is DHL coming in from Hong Kong on the Boeing 767-300ER. And it's touchdown time. All right, we have Qantas Link QF2208 from Albury on the Dash 8 400. Hey Damien, yes, the sky has taken a nice color. We thought we would be having a bit more daylight, but it seems to be a bit cloudy. The sun will be setting in the next 2 minutes, and hopefully we get the Emirates A380 before that, so we could get some nice light onto that one. That's the star of the show. We've been waiting for it for quite some time. I happened to miss spotting it 2 weeks ago, but not again. We are getting it now. It's aligning on runway 34L. This is all that we've been waiting for. But prior to that, we need to get a small aircraft, Dash 8-400 from Albury, on finals now. If you look in the background, you can see high up over there, aligning itself to runway 34L, is Emirates A380 Christchurch to Sydney service on EK413. And it's going to move onwards to Dubai with the same flight number, but a fresh set of crew and passengers who would be traveling from Christchurch onwards to Dubai. They need to deplane and then board again. And now let's get ready for the Emirates A380, the final aircraft of our live stream today. Christchurch to Sydney, A6EOE.
I'm an answer to you.
For those of you who have never spotted the Wimbledon livery, today is the day. It's getting a bit windy, but I am glad we are quite close to arrival time of the Emirates A380. This is the aircraft we've been waiting for quite some time. And I'm thanking all of you. Thank you very much for your patience, for joining and waiting with us to spot this aircraft. Alrighty, here we see Emirates A380 coming in from Christchurch with the Wimbledon livery. here you are, everyone. This is the Wimbledon livery. We were all waiting for Emirates A380 from Christchurch. That's about it, guys. Thank you very much for joining us on the stream. That's the end of our stream. I'm glad you all waited and joined us on this stream for today for the Emirates A380 as well as all the other planes. Thank you very much. Thanks, Megan. That is what we were waiting for. It's been quite some time. We missed the Wimbledon livery 2 weeks ago, but I'm glad we could spot it today. I wanted to spot it earlier this morning, but I was way too tired. However, I'm glad you and I and all of us on the stream could spot this one. Thank you very much once again. If you like the stream, you know what to do. Give it a like, subscribe to the channel and share with your mates. And at the same time, this is the end of the stream. I hope you'll have a great rest of the Sunday. Enjoy your Sunday dinner. Have a great week ahead. And please join us on another stream next Sunday morning, 6 a.m. for the peak morning arrivals and departures. Thank you very much. Hey Damien, thank you very much. Thanks to you for joining, and thank you everyone once again for joining. It's really appreciate you all staying with me patiently for this Emirates A380 for the last 6 hours. It was really fun. It was fun enjoying with all of you, and see you all next Sunday morning.